A Wildcat for Willie, Lilac City Novella Series, Book 8, by Donna K. Weaver. Narrated by Vicki Pierce. Chapter 1. A loud crash startled Willie Kendrick so much that he nearly dropped the boot he was putting on. He stumbled and fell back onto his bed. What the... 6 months ago, a sound like that would have sent him diving for cover, memories of the earthquake too fresh. But Lilac City wasn't San Francisco. Here, a crash just meant someone was awake too early, or his new pup was into something she shouldn't be. The sound came again, metal against wood, and sharp. Willie grabbed his rifle and dashed out of his bedroom and across the back enclosed porch by the time his pulse caught up. Easing open the kitchen door, he stepped inside. He scanned the dim space, expecting to find one of the aunties, though that might be wishful thinking. According to his sister, neither of the old gals wandered the house at night anymore, not after the garrison attack last month. Now they all double-checked the locks and even announced themselves when entering a dark room. But someone had gotten the cook stove fire going again, and a small oil lamp sat on the table. His sister Laura had banked it the night before, so it was a little early even for her. Willie held his breath, listening. All he heard was scuffling, followed by a soft curse. In an English accent. He had to choke back a laugh. So, the Duchess of Disaster was up first this morning. Since the voice had come from the pantry, he placed the rifle on the mantel and crept closer to the partly open door. Inside, he could just make out what looked like a cascade of items from the lower shelf. In the middle of it stood Lady Madeline Wycliffe, her fair braid askew and wearing an oversized sweater knitted by one of the aunties. Willie leaned against the counter, purposefully making noise so she would know he was there. Duke appeared at Willie's elbow, the 7-month-old shepherd's ears forward, alert but not alarmed, his way of acknowledging something was happening, but nothing dangerous. The dog had been with him about as long as Maddie had been in Lilac City and was training up quickly. Unlike her ladyship, Maddie noticed Willie then and startled. She glared at him, the faint light from the oil lamp making her ice-blue eyes gleam.
"Your wolf cub attempted to kill me."
"My what?" Then a small nose poked out from under a shelf. The new pup he'd brought home a couple of weeks ago. Willie glanced at Duke, who sat watching the chaos with what looked like canine embarrassment, then said to Maddie, "She's not a wolf. She's a shepherd breed from Australia, like Duke here. It's a smart breed, but this little one's only 12 weeks old, all paws and playfulness." Maddie crossed her arms and glared at him.
"I will have you know she leapt from the shelves like a demon."
She pointed into the darker pantry corner. "Now you're exaggerating, isn't she, boy?" Willie squatted low. "Duke, stay." The dog was doing well, but there was no point in testing his discretion to the limit quite yet. He responded with a low whine, but stayed put. 2 bright puppy eyes blinked at Willie from beneath the bottom shelf. He gestured for her to come to him, and for a moment he thought she would. Then, with a scrabble of claws on the wood floor, the bundle of tri-collared fur shot between his legs and tore into the kitchen like a cannonball. With a twist, Willie tried to grab her as he stood. At the same time, Maddie squealed and sprang away from the pup. Her dressing gown tangled in Willie's foot. With a flail of arms, she toppled forward. All he could do was hold up his hands to catch her as they both went down. She landed on his chest with a thud that knocked the wind right out of him. Instinctively, his arms wrapped around her. For a moment, neither of them could speak. Her silky braid brushed his jaw, and her breath caught. Maddie smelled like roses, and she had a spirit full of both fire and honey. His pulse picked up for reasons that had nothing to do with the fall. She held his gaze, and he could see something in those eyes that made him hold still, unwilling to break the spell by moving. The good Lord had an ironic sense of humor to put a woman who was exactly to Willie's taste right in front of him, and also to have her so far above him socially that he had no hope with her. "Are you hurt?" he managed.
"I do not believe so."
Her expression turned to one of concern.
"Have I injured you?"
"A tiny little thing like you? Nah." Only then did Willie notice he still had his arms around her, and he dropped them, suddenly aware of their compromising situation. Maddie moved to push herself up, but then the pup was back, wiggling herself between them, her tail smacking Willie in the face as the little dog licked Maddie's chin. She squealed. "Stop!" He reached for the pup, but Maddie had shifted away, now laughing, and pinned Willie's arm beneath her elbow. "Get her off!" she cried between giggles. Her laughter filled the kitchen, soft and enticing. For a moment he forgot about the pup, but then Maddie groaned.
"Oh, not my hair!"
She twisted again, freeing his arm. Willie grabbed the squirming pup away. They now lay side by side in the middle of the pantry doorway, him holding the wriggling dog above them.
"Why did she do that?"
Maddie shuddered and wiped her face with the sweater sleeve. "She thought you were playing. Haven't you seen a litter of pups wrestling before? Your squeal was her invitation to join." Willie glanced at where Duke still sat in the doorway, looking at them longingly, but staying put. Duke knows better, but she's still learning. The pup had grown tired and stopped squirming, her eyes beginning to droop. Willie set her down, and she flopped between them, her head resting on Maddie's arms and her legs on Willie's.
"Oh, my," Maddie whispered. "How can such an utterly disagreeable creature also be so endearing?"
Willie scratched the pup's oversized ears. "That's the question, isn't it? She needs a proper name. We can't keep calling her the pup or the terror." Maddie studied the little dog.
"Perhaps Princess? She certainly demands royal treatment."
"How about Duchess?" Willie met her gaze and grinned. "Seems fitting, considering the present company." Her eyes narrowed, but the corners of her mouth twitched as though she were trying not to smile. Willie approved of her ability to see the humor in a situation. Eventually, Maddie crossed her arms.
"You would presume to name this disaster after me?"
"She won't be a disaster long. By the time I'm done training her, Duchess here will be the finest dog in Wyoming." He lowered his voice, "just like her namesake." The air between them sparked with electricity again. Maddie's cheeks turned the pretty pink he liked so much. She opened her mouth to respond, but Artie appeared beside them, still in his nightshirt, his little feet bare. Which reminded Willie that he wasn't fully dressed himself. He sat up. Duchess jumped to her feet, ears perked. She recognized the children as playmates, but had learned to be wary of their enthusiasm, especially toddler Rosie's.
"What you doing, Uncle Willie?"
Duchess got into the pantry. Willie stood and extended his hand to help Maddie to her feet as he said to Duke, "All right, boy." The dog moved from its post and came to sniff at Maddie's hem. Willie pitched his voice low and firm, commanding, "Duchess, come." When she tilted her head at him, he met her gaze and repeated the order. She finally came to him, and he picked her up, her tail thumping against his ribs. "Good girl, Duchess," he said warmly.
"I hope you are satisfied she came,"
Maddie said, watching him, a myriad of emotions flitting across her face. "Actually, ma'am, I am." Willie scratched under the pup's chin, which made her tail smack him even harder. "She's really only a baby yet, not much older than Artie here in dog years, but she's already showing she can learn to mind." "But I'm not a baby," Artie protested. "I'm a big brother."
"But she nearly killed me,"
Maddie insisted, though she had tilted her head and was watching the pup with a softer light in her eyes. Then her ladyship sighed.
"She truly is only a baby, isn't she?"
Willie glanced at his nephew and winked. "Yep, and it takes time and patience to train them. Pups learn fast, and in not too long, she and Duke will be fine watchdogs for the aunties." He shot a sly look at Maddie. "And you." Though she pinched her lips, Maddie nonetheless scratched Duchess's ear.
"All I wanted was to surprise the aunties with a proper tea tray. It was going to be lovely, something I had created for them."
She spun around and swept from the kitchen. Willie's chest tightened at having irked her. He held out a hand to Artie, and with Duchess under one arm and Duke at his heels, the three of them followed her back into the kitchen. When they entered, Maddie stood in the pantry doorway, staring at the mess.
"The very picture of chaos on 4 legs."
Sighing, she tightened her borrowed sweater and glanced back to give the pup a mock glare. "I can help you with that." Willie set Duchess on the floor by the fireplace, and Artie snuggled up next to her, while Duke settled nearby, ever watchful. "Didn't you bring warm clothes with you?" he asked as he restacked the pantry shelf. "I sure remember lugging in a lot of chests when you arrived. The thing you're wearing looks like it's about to swallow you."
"It is warm."
She rolled up one of the overly long sleeves.
"Our winters in Kent are mild compared to here. It is only November, and it's already frigidly cold."
"I get it. This is my first winter here, too. I was born in Lodi, California, where the winters are mild, but the summers will bake you like a pie crust. Then we moved to San Francisco for a spell. The summers there were downright chilly in comparison."
"It sounds a bit like home."
Maddie's expression turned bitter.
"A place I find I'm missing less and less every day. At least Wyoming has charm."
She glanced out the frost-covered window, where the sun was breaking over the tree line.
"Not that I would say so aloud."
"Too late," Willie grinned. "I heard it." Maddie pinched her lips, but her eyes crinkled. "I have to get going," he said, surveying his work. "I don't know how you had this before."
"I will do it."
Maddie glanced at the sleeping boy and dogs.
"However, your little beasts must stay out of trouble when you are not here."
"Have no fear. I rigged a pouch for my saddle last night so Duchess can ride with me till she's old enough to keep up. Duke already has one, though he's almost outgrown his. I don't want to risk leaving her with the folks who might undo my teaching." She arched a single eyebrow, her eyes alight with curiosity.
"You made seats for your puppies? On your horse?"
"You mean for my partners?" Willie shrugged a shoulder. "They just happen to have 4 legs and trouble in their eyes." He looked at Duke. Well, one of them has learned some sense.
That, sir, is the truest thing I have heard you say today.
And Maddie winked at him. As the too familiar warmth let loose in his chest, Willie held her gaze a bit longer than necessary. He couldn't shake the feeling that this place was right for her, that, in spite of having grown up in a castle and been presented to Queen Alexandra, his Maddie belonged in this chaos, with flower in her hair and laughter on her lips. The way she'd felt in his arms on that pantry floor, the scent of roses. If only she could stay. But the daughter of a duke would never be allowed to make her home in Wyoming. And a man who had spent time in jail for bar fights didn't get to keep a woman like her, even if she looked at him sometimes like she would like to stay here with him. Her father would send for her eventually. Men like the Duke didn't accept defiance. They crushed it. Willie's jaw tightened. Let him try. I'd best finish getting my boots on, Willie said, breaking the moment before he said something foolish.
Take care of yourself, Willie Kendrick,
Maddie said, her voice soft.
And your little beasts.
Giving her a weak smile, he picked up Duchess. Duke, come. Chapter 2. After the morning chaos with Duchess and Willie's occasional looks that made her stomach flutter, Maddie welcomed the focus demanded by Mr. Ito's self-protection lesson. She bent to lace her boots, the scent of polished wood and faint tea leaves lingering in the training room, along with perspiration. Her governess had insisted ladies must only glow, a ridiculous notion that, and one Maddie took distinct pleasure in defying every time she worked hard with Mr. Ito. However, since living in Lilac City, by the end of each day, nearly everyone carried the smell of perspiration. Not the aunties, because they had so many people fussing over them and seeing to their needs, but certainly the cowboys who dropped by Thimble Hollow nearly every day, even now that Willie resided there. Work was no longer something she looked down upon. Before the weather turned so cold, she had taken to watching the cowhands whenever she visited either the Lucky L or the Circle B ranches. Frances, the wife of one of the Lucky L owners and a deputy sheriff, said those men earned their smell, as it was the sign of honest work. While it was not a scent she would ever love, Maddie now respected it and what it meant. The Japanese man insisted that the ladies who took his self-protection lessons also build their strength. On some days, that meant lifting small iron dumbbells until their arms ached, while on other days they swung polished wood Indian clubs in precise, sweeping patterns. At first, Maddie had considered it unladylike. Now she welcomed the feel of the weight in her hands, the steady rhythm of movement, and the fact that she no longer believed herself weak. She touched the swell of her upper arm muscle and smiled at how firm it was now. She hadn't known women could be soft and strong. It was no surprise that lifting Laura's children came easily now, and the knowledge that Maddie's father would thoroughly disapprove filled her with immense satisfaction. Sighing deeply, she wished she knew how to use this newfound strength to avoid the arranged marriage her father had planned for her. Frances dropped onto the bench near Maddie and slid a foot into her scuffed leather work boots. "You kept up well today, better even than last week. So why the long face?" Her friend knew what was ahead for Maddie. Surrounded by these capable and independent women, she did not wish to dwell yet again on something that made her feel powerless.
"My performance last week is hardly a lofty standard,"
Maddie replied carefully, working her stiff fingers after an hour of grappling and blocking.
Back home, I thought fencing was strenuous, and then I had to learn Mr. Ito's knee sweep.
Frances leaned closer and lowered her voice. I know you're avoiding my real question.
I'm sure I have no idea what you mean.
Maddie glanced at her skeptically. Look, you're not the only woman to face this before. My uncle tried to arrange marriages for me and my sisters, and we weren't having it. That's why I insisted we get out of Indiana and come live with Luke. Frances stood. So don't think you're helpless. Do you remember what Mr. Ito is always telling us?
Fall 7 times and stand up 8.
Just so. Frances took Maddie by the shoulders and turned her to face the mirror. Look at yourself. What do you see? Maddie wasn't sure how to respond. She looked nothing like she had when she arrived mere months ago, in her modish clothes and superior manner. Her once perfectly coiffed hair was simply braided now and wrapped in a bun. Would her father even recognize her? Her appearance would certainly infuriate him. Even before your father arranged that marriage for you, did you like your life? Frances asked softly. Maddie blinked. Her automatic response was to say she had, but she found she could not speak the lie. She had too many memories of acts of rebellion, learning to fence rather than attending pianoforte lessons, slipping her pin money into the hands of the orphanage matron, and refusing dances with men she could not abide, and riding bareback. Father had nearly had apoplexy over that and banned her from the stable for weeks. She smiled softly.
No, I suppose I did not.
Just as I thought, Frances cried with delight. I knew you for a kindred spirit the first time I met you. You want to know what I see when I look at you? I see grit. I see grace. And I see a woman no old duke is going to fence in. The power of her words made Maddie's eyes suddenly burn.
Truly?
She sniffed, thinking of that morning's tumble in the pantry, of Willie's arms around her, the way her heart had raced.
I suspect a certain cowboy would only see my inability to avoid stumbling over a puppy.
Frances gave a knowing grin. Well, if that cowhand had sense, he would see it as a chance to catch you. Maddie smoothed her split skirt, trying to ignore the sudden rush of heat to her cheeks.
He doesn't look at me like that. He is becoming a friend.
Of course. And that's how I felt about Nick, too, in the beginning. Frances pointed at Laura, who was heading toward them, already buttoning her coat. Looks like your ride home is coming, and I had best get back to work. Smirking, she strode away, leaving Maddie with far too much to consider. Laura smiled as she approached. Are you ready? I need to pick up the mail for the Lucky L before we head there.
Of course.
Maddie reached for her own coat, her mind still going over Frances's words. A chance to catch you. Her? In this world where common sense was king and everyone had a job to do? Willie Kendrick would have no wish to catch a useless duke's daughter with no practical skills beyond fencing and needlework. Someone whose father would demand her return to England at any moment. Someone who would bring him nothing but trouble. And yet, this morning in the pantry, when he'd held her, his arms had felt like possibility. Then, when he had named that ridiculous puppy Duchess, with that delightfully teasing glint in his eyes, when Willie Kendrick had said, just like her namesake, in that low voice, Maddie, Laura's gentle voice broke through her thoughts. "Are you all right?"
"Yes,
Maddie shook her head, trying to clear it.
"Frances said something that has given me much to consider."
Laura's knowing smile suggested she had a fair idea of what it might be. "My brother is a good man, one of the best I know."
"As I am learning."
Maddie pulled on her gloves, unable to meet Laura's gaze.
"But my stay here is temporary. My father will send for me eventually, and Willie deserves someone who can stay, a woman who won't be forced to abandon him."
Laura gave her one of those considering looks, where she seemed to see and understand things other people missed. "You're assuming you have no choice in the matter."
"I don't."
The words tasted even more bitter than usual as Maddie said them.
"My father has not only money, but power and influence, even with the courts. When he wants something, he gets it. And he has already signed me away in a political alliance."
Laura was quiet for a moment as they stepped out into the cold Wyoming afternoon. Then she said softly, "I have come to understand that people only have as much power over us as we grant them. Your father sent you here in hopes of breaking your spirit and forcing you to submit. But from what I have observed, he has only made you more resolute to resist him. It is proof that you are stronger than you think." Maddie wanted to believe her. As they walked along the boardwalk, Frances's reminder of Mr. Ito's admonition came to mind. Fall 7 times and stand up 8. All Maddie's life she had been falling, first into her role as a dutiful daughter, but then in falling short of her father's expectations. This morning she had tumbled into Willie's arms because of that ridiculous dog, and it had been the first time in her life that she felt like she was falling in the right direction.
"Laura,"
Maddie asked as they approached the post office,
"do you truly believe I am strong enough to make a life outside of the privilege I was born to?"
"You've already learned so much since you have been here." Laura paused, her hand on the doorknob. "I believe the good Lord provides us with opportunities, but He leaves it to us to find the courage to take them." Later, as they drove toward the Lucky L, Maddie pondered bravery. She had never before considered her actions against her father's wishes as courageous. He named it willful, disobedient. She thought of the 3 Lancaster sisters, of the Kendrick family, who had lost everything in that terrible San Francisco fire. They had all made a fresh start here. Did Maddie have the strength to do more than be a whiny child, refusing to do as she was told, but instead choose the life she wanted for herself? Fall 7 times and stand up 8. Perhaps it was time to stop falling and start standing. Shifting in his saddle, Willie gave the ranch's gelding, Hobo, the lead at a steady pace toward the Lucky L's main compound. Dang, but it was cold. His mother, who had been raised on a ranch in Colorado, assured him he would adjust. But on early mornings like today, following a snowstorm, he wasn't so sure. The morning had broken clear after a night of wind and snow. It had been the sort that rattled the windows at Thimble Hollow and made a man wonder what he would find torn loose come morning. Out here, it meant leaning posts and wire tugged free. Willie had already spent hours riding the fence line, fixing what needed fixing, and now he was heading back with both dogs. Duke trotted beside Hobo with the easy confidence of a dog who knew his job. He was already proving himself steady and reliable. Duchess, on the other hand, rode in the saddle pouch Willie had rigged, her small head poking out, ears perked at every sound. At her age, she had more energy than sense. "You'll get there, girl," Willie murmured. "Just gotta learn when to run and when to wait. Duke here will help teach you." Hobo blew out a long breath, as though he agreed. As Willie rode into the yard, he spotted Nick Reynolds near the training pen, watching a young gelding work the circle. Willie dismounted and lifted Duchess from her pouch, setting her on the ground. She immediately bounded toward Duke, who gave her a patient look before allowing her to tackle his front legs. "That pup's got spirit," Nick grinned as he walked over. "How's the training coming?" "Duke's doing real well, smart as they come, and he's got good instincts." Willie gestured to where Duchess had flopped onto her back, wiggling in the snow. "This one's got potential, but it will take time and patience." "Same with horses." Nick leaned against the fence rail. "And not all that different from people." "Ain't that the truth?" Willie then said, "Duke, get Duchess up." The older dog nudged the pup upright with his nose, then trotted a few paces away. When she bounded after him, Duke moved again, just out of reach, teaching her to follow, to pay attention. "You have a gift for this." Nick gave an approving nod. "It's the way you work with them. Luke and Marshall were talking about it the other day, and I agree." "Agree about what?" Willie asked warily. "That you ought to do it professionally. You know, training dogs for ranches, maybe even breeding them. You've seen for yourself we need more help now that we have larger herds. And trained dogs don't eat as much as men." Nick chuckled. "Or complain as much. But your men will need to know how to work with the dogs, too." Willie's mind flooded with possibilities, but his chest tightened as reality warred with the dream. "I've thought about it. More than thought about it, if I'm honest. But I would need land, resources, a place to keep the dogs and work with them properly." "You would need a partner, too," Nick said thoughtfully. "Someone who believes in what you're building. Someone who could take care of the business side while you handle the training." Willie's thoughts went immediately to Maddie and the organizational skills she'd learned while running the Duke's household, how she had taken to helping Laura with the Thimble Hollow accounts, and Maddie's careful attention to detail with everything she did. She had a mind for planning and order, things that would matter in running any kind of business. "Yeah, well," Willie's voice came out rougher than he intended. "That's a tall order for a man who once spent time in jail and owes his life to Doc George." Nick shook his head. "You're not the same man who made those mistakes in San Francisco, and plenty of folks here owe their lives and limbs to Doc George. He considers you family. We all do." His ears turning warm, Willie cleared his throat and whistled for the dogs. Duke came immediately, Duchess tumbling after him. When they reached him, Willie squatted down and ran his hands over them both, checking for ice between their pads. "Besides," Nick added, "I've noticed a certain English lady watching you work with those dogs. She looks at you like you're doing something remarkable." Willie's hands stilled, wishing more than ever that she could have been a farmer's daughter. "Maddie's quality. She's meant for a better life than anything I could offer her. Her father will call her back when he thinks he's humbled her enough, and..." His stomach soured at the thought of anyone breaking her spirit, of that rake intended for her husband using and abusing her. "Do you really think she'll go?" Nick asked softly. "Doesn't sound like she'll have a choice." Willie stood, Duchess squirming in his arms. "She said herself that men like her father have all the power to get what they want. And even if she wanted to stay, he let out a deep breath. What could I ever offer someone like her? All I've got are champagne dreams on a beer pocketbook. Nick was quiet for a moment, then said, My brother-in-law, Luke, started with nothing. Marshall was a little better off, but they both built these prosperous ranches with few prospects. Judith and the aunties all fled scandal, but they've built good lives here. He pushed off the fence. I think maybe you're selling both yourself and Lady Madeline short. Willie wanted to believe it. Lord, how he wanted to believe it. His thoughts went back to this morning, and Maddie in his arms on that pantry floor, the scent of roses and the startled catch of her breath, the way she'd looked at him when he named the puppy Duchess, the delightful spark of humor in her blue eyes, the way she fit into the chaos of Thimble Hollow, flower in her hair and laughter on her lips. But wanting something didn't make it possible. I'd best get these two settled and finish my work, Willie said, putting Duchess back into her pouch. Duke sat at his heel, patient and steady, watching with those intelligent eyes. As Willie rode toward the barn, he allowed himself one moment of foolish dreaming. What if Nick was right? What if Maddie could see past what he didn't have to what they could build together? A dog training business, a partnership, a future. But Duke's daughters didn't marry cowboys who didn't even have a horse to their name. Maybe if he had time to build something, but time was not on his side. He put 2 fingers in his mouth and gave a sharp whistle. Duke bounded ahead toward the barn, and Duchess's tail thumped in the pouch. You're a wiggly one, Willie muttered to the pup, but you'll be worth it. If only the same could be said about his chances with Maddie. Willie was coiling a rope near the barn when he heard the rattle of a wagon. Laura's rig pulled into the yard. When he recognized who was with her, his pulse kicked up. Beautiful Maddie, bundled in a dark cloak, her cheeks pink from the cold. Their eyes met across the yard, and she gave him a smile, small but genuine. Not the practiced smile of a duke's daughter, but something real, just for him. Good afternoon, Miss Wycliffe, he called, touching the brim of his hat.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kendrick.
Her voice carried on the cold air, and it had a warmth that made his chest tighten in the strange way it had taken to doing lately. Laura said something to her, and Maddie turned away, following his sister into the ranch office. But before she disappeared inside, she glanced at him once more. He stood there, the rope rasping against his gloves, as rough as the wanting in his chest, while Duke sat at his feet, looking up at Willie with knowing eyes. Dang, boy, he muttered. I'm in trouble. Later that afternoon, Maddie stood in Thimble Hollow's kitchen beside Laura, dusted in flour up to her elbows. So far, she had dropped 1 egg on the floor and used salt instead of sugar in the first batch of biscuits. The aunties had been kind enough not to scold, though Auntie B had chuckled and declared, Nothing's wasted. The chickens will think it's a treat. With its warmth and camaraderie, the kitchen was quickly becoming Maddie's favorite place. It reminded her of when she had been young and loved sneaking into the large kitchen at the ducal estate, where the air was rich with the delicious scent of fresh bread and roasting meats. The cook, a plump and kind woman, would slip Maddie sugared biscuits, still warm from the oven, winking as though they shared a marvelous secret. Those cherished moments, with the clatter of pans, the laughter of the servants, and the bustling cheer, had given her a taste of something she never found in any gilded drawing room. Sadly, when the Duke discovered her visits, he immediately dismissed the cook. He declared it beneath his daughter to consort with servants and forbade Maddie to enter the kitchen ever again. While she had first joined the aunties in their kitchen as a means to defy her father, Maddie did so now because she enjoyed it. She was attempting to roll out dough for ginger biscuits. The wooden pin still felt heavy and awkward in her hands, and every time she leaned too hard, the dough stuck to the board. Gritting her teeth, she tried again. "Lightly, dear," Auntie Elle coached from across the table, her needles clicking in her lap as she worked a strip of knitting. "It's very much like coaxing a child along rather than dragging him by the arm." "Or teaching a pup to heel," Auntie B added, setting another pan of cookies by the stove. She winked at Laura. "I dare say her ladyship has had little practice with either children or puppies." Maddie sighed, but tried the rolling pin again, this time pressing lighter, and the dough spread evenly. "There you go. See?" Auntie Elle nodded with approval. "As many cookies as we bake here, you will be good at this in no time." Laura leaned closer, her voice low. "You have nothing to prove, you know. Few people get to experience living in two such different worlds. That you are learning to cook a meal, tend a child, and alter your own gowns is no small thing." She smiled. "I, for one, am so proud of what you have accomplished already." Maddie blinked furiously, unable to speak. Never in her life had anyone said they were proud of her. Once her vision cleared, she reached for the cookie cutter and carefully pressed it into the dough. A perfect circle lifted away, and she placed it on the baking sheet with only a small wobble. Not perfect, but her own work, her own hands creating something useful. The kitchen door banged open, and a swirl of icy air followed Frances into the room, her cheeks red from the cold. She stomped her boots on the mat and grinned at the sight of Maddie bent over the table. "Well, don't you look like a proper housewife?" Maddie chuckled. "And notice the dough isn't crawling off the board." "Progress!" Frances snatched a biscuit from the cooling pan and popped it into her mouth before Auntie B could swat her hand. These are good, Maddie." "Don't eat them all," Auntie Elle cautioned. Frances leaned against the counter. "Why so much baking? You have enough here to feed an army." "We're making extra today to bring some folks a bit of cheer," Auntie B said. "We'll take some to the church pantry, and I will send a tin to the Becks. They've had sickness in the house again." Laura nodded, wiping her hands on her apron. "And I overheard at the mercantile yesterday that Mrs. Dankworth didn't come in this week for an order." "That poor thing, losing her husband, and with her time so close." Auntie Elle shook her head. "I told her she should let her family know, but she said they're all gone. She's alone, and that worries me." The lively warmth of the kitchen dimmed. Maddie looked up, frowning. "Who is this Mrs. Dankworth?" "She's the mother of the little boy who was shadowing Nick the other day when we had tea at the Lucky L." Frances's expression darkened. Her husband died a couple of months ago in a lightning storm. The boy saw it all. Maddie's hand stilled on the cookie cutter. "How dreadful!" "And now that poor woman, whose baby is due at any moment, is left trying to care for herself and Tommy." Auntie B wiped at her eyes. "I think I'll go check on her," Frances said, straightening. "That's a lovely idea." Auntie Elle nodded her approval, her expression relieved.
Why don't you go along and take some of these out to her, Maddie dear?
Auntie B nodded at the cooling rack full of fresh biscuits. Maddie blinked.
Me?
Who better than you? Auntie L asked. A little kindness at a time like this is just what the good Lord asks of us. The aunties spoke often of Christian charity, and Maddie supposed this must be what they meant. She had always attended church back home, but this practical way of showing it felt strangely foreign to what she knew there. But she liked it, very much. Seeing simple kindness practiced daily as a matter of course made her wish to take part as well. I'll be glad of the company, Frances nodded toward the door. It would ease our minds to know she's all right. Laura was already putting biscuits into a small towel-lined basket. Take this along, too. Auntie B added a jar of apple preserves wrapped in cloth. If she's in need, it will do her good. And bread to go along with the jam. Auntie L was wrapping a recently baked loaf. When you get there, if you find she's really in need, Laura said, a crease between her brows, you had best fetch Doc George or Edith. Maddie's stomach tightened, but she squared her shoulders and lifted the basket. Whatever awaited at Mrs. Dankworth's, she would see it through. It helped to know that the ever-capable Frances would be there, too. Chapter 3. The aunties had bundled Maddie so well for the horseback ride to the Dankworth cottage that only her face was cold. The sky stretched endlessly blue above the snow-dusted fields, so different from London's gray that it still took her breath away.
There's no smoke coming from the chimney,
she observed, her wonder turning to worry. Don't fret yet, Frances said, though a crease had formed between her brows. No smoke from the chimney doesn't always mean trouble, but it often means no firewood or no strength to fetch it. She dismounted and tied her horse to the hitching post at the front of the cottage, thinking of a little boy and his mother, heavy with child, in a cottage with no heat, made Maddie shiver in sympathy.
I wish we'd brought Willie,
she blurted, then felt foolish the moment the words left her mouth. He was hard at work, and everyone knew Frances was more than capable. But it wasn't Frances's competence she doubted. It was that Willie had a way of making frightening things feel manageable. His steady presence, the calm in his voice when he worked with the dogs. She wanted that calm beside her now. Don't you worry. You and I can handle this. Frances's tone held an assurance unexpected for someone so young. If there's nothing wrong, we'll be glad to have visited, and if they need help, we'll do whatever we can. Careful of the basket she carried, Maddie dismounted and joined her friend on the porch. Frances rapped on the door twice and listened. Mrs. Dankworth, it's Frances Reynolds. I've brought a friend and some food. Silence. But then, a few seconds later, the floor creaked, and the latch clicked from the inside. The door opened just enough for a small face to look out. Round, chapped cheeks, a red nose, and a cap tugged lopsidedly over one ear. The little boy blinked at them, then recognized Frances. With a trembling hand, he threw open the door. "Ma won't wake up," he said, his eyes glistening. Maddie's fingers tightened on the basket handle, her heart beating faster. Were they too late? Had Mrs. Dankworth passed away? Frances took in the chilly room and the shivering child with a quick glance, then moved toward the bedroom. Miss Wycliffe will get the fire started. I'm sure there's kindling near the stove. Wrap Tommy in something warm. Maddie's stomach clenched. Build a fire by herself? Someone had always watched over her work when she did it at Thimble Hollow. But Francis was already slipping into the bedroom, and Tommy stood shivering, his lips faintly blue. There was no time to hesitate.
"Come here, poor lamb. You must be freezing."
Maddie shed her coat and wrapped it around Tommy's thin shoulders, then guided him to a chair.
"Let me get you some food."
She pulled bread from the basket and began slicing. In the other room, she could hear Francis murmuring to Mrs. Dankworth, then a long silence that made Maddie's chest tighten.
"You talk funny,"
Tommy said, his voice small.
"That is because I come from another country."
Maddie spread jam on the bread, more than she would have used for herself, and set it before him.
"There now, eat, love."
She moved to the woodbox, reviewing what Laura had taught her. Arrange the kindling loosely, leave space for air, use the smaller pieces first. The flame breathed and held. Then heat nipped her knuckles, and Maddie straightened. She had done it. How she wished Willie had been there to see it. Francis emerged. She's breathing, but very weak, barely conscious. Francis's voice was steady, but Maddie could see the worry in her eyes. Good work on that fire. Keep it going and add some larger pieces once those catch. I'm going to try to see if I can get her to drink some water. Her gaze darted to Tommy before returning to Maddie. Then you'll need to ride for Doc George. Maddie nodded, adding a large log to the fire. They had passed the Rasmussen house on the way here, and the doctor's buggy had been parked outside. He might still be there. Now, don't ride so fast you end up in the ground, Francis warned. Tell them Mrs. Dankworth is very weak and needs to be seen. Let them know I'm here with Tommy. Maddie's breath caught, and her eyes burned. If strong, unshakable Francis, who was not given to tears, had a shine in her eyes, Mrs. Dankworth must be dying. The fire was going well now, so Maddie wiped her hands on a towel.
"I will go straight away."
She donned her coat again. Francis had already cut another slice of bread and was spreading it with jam. Maddie came to stand behind her and whispered,
"Will you be well?"
She immediately felt foolish again. Of course, strong Francis would be fine. Yes, but her tight response heightened Maddie's urgency. When she turned to the door, Francis called, "Don't forget to put your scarf over your mouth. You don't want your lungs to get too cold." As Maddie reached for the door latch, a thin voice called from the sleeping room.
"Mrs. Reynolds."
Maddie paused. "I'm here, Mrs. Dankworth," Francis said, hurrying back to the room.
"Promise me."
The woman's words were weak, breathy.
"You'll take care of Tommy."
Maddie glanced back. "He won't be left alone. You have my word." Francis's statement wasn't soft, but it carried the solemnity of someone taking an oath. Maddie's chest ached. She would have wanted to make such a promise. Tommy was a sweet boy who needed love and a home, and he would fit right in at Thimble Hollow. But she couldn't. If her father dragged her back to England in a month, what would happen to the child? She had no power, no freedom, no right to promise anything to anyone. Francis could promise, because Francis was free. With her throat tight, Maddie slipped out the door and hurried to the horses. She led them to the shelter of the barn and mounted her mare, the urgency of the situation driving her forward. She rode as hard as she dared to Doc George's house, finding them by their buggy, his hand extended to help his wife into it. "What's wrong?" he asked.
"It's Mrs. Dankworth. Francis said you must come now. Please, make haste."
"Can you ride back?" Edith asked, taking her husband's hand into the buggy. "Or do you need to catch your breath first?"
"I can ride,
Maddie was pleased with the certainty in her voice. She felt a powerful need to return, though the thought terrified her at the same time. Regardless, she would help in any way she could. "Then let's all make haste," Edith said with a kind smile. "We'll be right behind you," Doc George added. Maddie set off, the mare's breath pluming in steady bursts. She thought of Tommy's small boots that hadn't reached the floor, the sound of his mother's voice so full of love and worry. Francis's vow rang in Maddie's mind. "You have my word." The Dankworth cottage seemed to come up faster than it had on the way out. Maddie eased the mare back, allowing Edith and Doc George to take the lead. The yard was so quiet, as though it were holding its breath. Maddie rode to the barn and settled the mare before hurrying to the house. Frances met them at the door, her face calm, but bearing a new stillness. She stepped back so they could enter. Tommy sat with his head on the table, crumbs and jam clinging to his lips, the last bit of his bread still clasped in his hand. At the noise, he roused and blinked. "Hello, sweetheart," Edith said gently. "We're going to look at your mama." The boy gave a solemn nod and jumped off the chair. He stood close to Frances's side and slid his small hand into hers, as if he did it every day. The Rasmussens stepped quietly into the sleeping room. Maddie's gait lingered on Frances and Tommy's clasped hands, and the comfort the boy was receiving. Maddie wanted to be useful too, though her eyes stung and she had to swallow a lump in her throat. She determined that she would be useful.
"Let me heat some tea,"
she murmured, more to herself than anyone else, and went to the stove. The fire she had built earlier was burning well now, warming the cottage nicely. Maddie found the half-full water bucket near the door with a thin skim of ice across the top. She broke through it with a ladle and poured the frigid water into the kettle. Searching the small cupboard, she found a tin of a precious small amount of tea leaves. Maddie set the kettle over the fire, pleased with what she had accomplished, and grateful for the task to keep her from thinking too much of what was going on in the other room. 3 months ago, she would have stood helplessly, waiting for the servants to appear. Now her hands knew what to do. Laura and the aunties had taught her well. Maddie hoped Willie would be proud. Frances had settled in a chair with Tommy cuddled in her lap. She held a book and was reading to him as she rocked the chair back and forth. The pictures she made, mothering the young boy, suited her as thoroughly as when she worked with Mr. Ito teaching ladies self-protection, or even when she was forced to arrest a drunken cowboy in her role as deputy sheriff. Maddie held her chilled hands near the stove, needing to feel something warm and alive. When the kettle heated, she would find cups and perhaps cut more slices of bread. In spite of her weakened condition, Mrs. Dankworth had kept a tidy house. There was little to do except clean up the mess from Tommy's snack and keep the fire going until they knew the outcome. For now, Maddie leaned on the strength of Frances's promise. He will not be left alone. Maddie wet a clean cloth and wiped the table, saying a silent prayer of gratitude, despite the somber situation. She realized as never before how small things, such as the ability to start a fire, to feed a child, or to give a solemn promise, now seemed to her the truest form of worship she had ever seen. Chapter 4. Willie, his hands gloved, worked along the bay's flank in the dimness of the barn. The animal snorted, shifting a hind foot, and Willie murmured words that calmed them both. Outside, the wind blew, chill as the mood in the house. Duke darted past, a bit of straw clinging to his tricolored coat. Duchess wasn't far behind, tumbling over her own feet in her eagerness to keep up with the older dog. She must have felt something tickle her back because the pup spun around, growling fiercely at thin air. Duke paused to watch her antics. Willie shook his head, amused despite the gloom weighing on him. "Enough," he said, his tone deep. Both pups froze mid-play, Duchess's little rump quivering with contained energy. She lasted all of 3 heartbeats before sliding onto her haunches, tail whipping against the packed dirt floor. Duke held his position longer, more disciplined. "Down." When both dogs had lain on their bellies, Willie added, "Stay." With matching sighs, the pups put their heads on their paws. Duchess's eyes stayed open, watching him, but Duke closed his. He was already learning to rest when he could, as some days went long. "Good dogs." For their ages, both were ahead of many of the dogs Willie had trained in San Francisco. Hobo flicked an ear back, and Willie picked up the brush. He had retreated to the barn to get away from the gloom of Thimble Hollow. It reminded him too much of the day his father and Laura's husband had died. He swallowed against the memory. Still, the Dankworth's woman's passing, along with her unborn baby, so soon after the death of her husband. Dang, but it took a lot out of folks. He was grateful to live in such a close-knit community where the tragedy of a single family was a tragedy for them all. While he had only met Mrs. Dankworth a few times, he had known and liked her husband. Seeing her little boy clinging to Frances's hand, his cheeks red from the cold and trying not to cry, had about done Willie in. As unfair as it was, he hadn't expected it to hit Maddie so hard, too. He hadn't thought someone from her station would care about the lower classes. After collecting her from the train station, he had judged her, which he shouldn't have done anyway, but he'd also judged her wrongly. There was more to that gal than he had ever dreamed. What a big heart she had in her. And she was a hard worker, too. Duchess lifted her head and inched forward, testing her boundaries. Duke stayed put, watching to see what would happen. Willie pinned Duchess with a gaze. The pup gave a low whine but stayed in place. Willie waited a few seconds before whistling to release them both. Duke bounded toward him, while Duchess scrambled up and promptly tripped over her own feet, tumbling across the straw. Hobo snorted and shied a step, his ears flattening at the sudden scramble. Willie steadied his hand against the horse's shoulder, murmuring low until the animal settled again. He bent to check on Duchess, who'd already righted herself and was wagging her tail as if she'd meant to stumble all along. "You're going to give me gray hair, girl." Willie picked up the brush again, his thoughts drifting to his future. Ever since his father had sold the ranch in Lodi and moved to San Francisco, all Willie had wanted was to get back to ranch life, and he had done so at no great sacrifice, since the life he had left in the smoking rubble following the earthquake had not been anything he was proud of. But he would turn 25 on his next birthday, and what did he have to show for it? Sure, he was working on a ranch and owned his own saddle and rifle, but the gelding he was brushing belonged to the Lucky L. He could keep on as he was going, but with nothing more than his hands and perseverance, what could he build out here? What could he ever offer a woman? Maddie came to mind, and he pushed the thought aside as he did every time she did. If he were to pursue his dreams, he had to make something of himself. Willie glanced over to where he had been sketching kennel layouts on some scrap paper. 6 runs, maybe 8 if he could get the land cheap. But maybe he wouldn't need to buy the land right away. Ma and Abe opened a coffee house last summer without owning the building. How much space would he need? A little overwhelmed at all the things to consider, he gave the gelding a final pat and hung the brush on its peg. Both dogs sat up with interest, watching with bright eyes. Willie considered them for a moment, then nodded. "Let's see what else you two are ready to learn." He was working with Duchess on sitting still when Duke gave a sharp bark. Not his playful one, but the one to alert. Willie turned to see the barn door open, letting in a gust of cold air and a figure bundled against the weather. Maddie. Willie had just been thinking about her, and here she was, like a gift from heaven. For a moment his heart went all rowdy, but he took a slow breath, waiting for her to speak. She stood in the doorway, looking hesitant, her breath pluming in front of her, holding something wrapped in cloth.
"I hope I am not disturbing you."
"No, ma'am." Willie straightened, suddenly aware of the straw clinging to his clothes, the dirt on his gloves. "Let's get you inside and shut that door." He hurried over and latched it.
"It is much warmer in here than I thought it would be,"
she said, glancing around. "Mr. Hamlin and Mr. Breckenridge built it tight," Willie said. "Tar paper under the siding and good chinking between the boards keep the wind out. The animals' heat and a pot-belly stove do the rest."
"Well, I thought you might be hungry."
She held up the bundle.
"Laura said you often forget to eat."
"That's my big sister hovering. But she's right. I sometimes lose track of time." He smiled as he wiped his gloved hands on his trousers before taking the bundle. The bread was still warm through the cloth. "Thank you." When he broke it in half and handed her the chunk, she looked surprised. "Since you braved the cold, would you like some?" Their gloved fingers brushed in the exchange. With her delicate leather gloves near his rough work ones, the contrast between their stations in life was never more apparent. Duchess, never one to miss an opportunity, launched herself toward Maddie. She dropped to her knees, one hand holding the bread aloft. The pup tumbled into her lap, her wiggling tail stirring a wind as she licked Maddie's chin and then sniffed at the bread. Laughing, Maddie broke off a piece and gave it to the pup. Duke trotted over more sedately, sitting politely and looking up at her with hopeful eyes.
"This little beast is determined to undo me every time we meet."
Maddie held the rest of the bread out of Duchess's reach while offering a piece to Duke. "Take care there. If you feed them every time they jump, they'll expect it." Willie crouched beside them and gave a low whistle. Both dogs paused, even Duchess. "Duke, Duchess, sit." Duke obeyed immediately. Duchess hesitated, then plopped her bottom down, though her tail never stopped wagging. "The only way dogs can be happy in a home with people is by learning some manners. Otherwise, their folks won't keep 'em." Willie rewarded the dogs with a rub behind their ears. "They're both better behaved than most their age because I'm consistent but patient with them." Maddie reached over to caress one of Duchess's oversized paws, her expression distant now, almost sad.
"My father believes obedience comes from fear rather than patience."
She blinked and seemed to collect herself.
"Is it not ironic? Even animals learn better through kindness."
"I think they're more honest about their feelings than many of us," Willie said.
"Honesty about feelings."
Maddie met his gaze, hers suddenly vulnerable.
"May I be honest with you about mine?"
For one wild moment, Willie's mind jumped to his earlier thoughts about a future with her, but reason cut it short. "Of course, Maddie. You can trust me with anything," he said simply.
"I cannot stop hearing Mrs. Dankworth's voice,"
she confessed, blinking rapidly.
"The way she pled with Francis, it was so heartfelt and painful. She had to know she was dying, and there was no one to care for her little son. It makes my fear of being forced into marriage seem petty and trite by comparison. And yet Frances did not hesitate to promise the woman what she needed to hear.
From what I know of Frances, she wasn't only saying words, if that's what you're afraid of. Willie assured her, wishing he dared put his arm around her in comfort. I've only known her since the spring, but she's a rock, solid and dependable. That little boy will be fine.
I know he will. Maddie swallowed, her chin trembling with the power of her emotions. But what if the mother had asked such a thing of me? Her voice broke. Frances is near my age, yet I know I could not have made such a vow.
Well, I'm guessing the good Lord prompted Mrs. Dankworth to ask the right person. Frances is a married woman with a stable home. Willie reached over and touched the top of Maddie's gloved hand. Your situation isn't like hers at all, so don't you go thinking there's something lacking in you. Answer me this. If Mrs. Dankworth had asked you to care for her boy and you accepted, what would happen if your father were to succeed in forcing you back to England?
Maddie's face blanched. I do not doubt Tommy would be sent to a workhouse or an orphanage without a glance.
So he would be in another country, in a large city, and possibly taken advantage of.
Willie tilted his head as he watched her.
Have you ever read that book, Oliver Twist?
Oh, yes, I have. Maddie pressed her hands to her now queasy stomach. You are suggesting he could end up a victim in the hands of someone like that thief, Fagin.
Willie shrugged. I've lived in a big city before and seen what happens to abandoned or orphaned kids. Seems to me, if you had offered to take Tommy, you would have been making him a promise that you couldn't keep. Better that he's got Frances standing guard over him than ending up like poor Oliver Twist. So don't go fretting that it makes your good heart worth less than it is. Her countenance lightened, and some of the tension left her shoulders. She looked at him with such gratitude that Willie's chest tightened.
Thank you, she whispered. You have a gift for making me feel as though I can control frightening things.
Just speaking the truth, ma'am.
They sat there for a moment in the quiet barn, both dogs now curled between them, content. Hobo shifted in his stall, and somewhere outside the wind whistled through the eaves. Maddie broke the silence, her voice barely above a whisper. If you ever needed to disappear, where would you go?
Willie's brows shot up, but he didn't press her for an explanation. There are plenty of places in the West where folks can start over. When Mr. Hamblin got disowned, he came here to start a new life. Then Frances and her sisters ran away to join him. From what I've heard, it was Frances who came up with the plan. If you need advice, she's the one to talk to. The old spunky Maddie seemed in control again, and her eyes brightened.
And you do not think less of them for running away?
Heck no, Willie chuckled. I think they were brave. It takes a whole lot of courage to leave everything you've ever known and come to a brother they didn't know for sure would want them. Relief flooded her features, and she gave a small nod, blinking against tears again. I know what you're up against, Maddie, he said, keeping his voice low. I hope you don't have to go too far.
As do I,
she whispered. She moved to stand, and Willie rose with her, offering his hand to help her up. When she took it, even through their gloves, he felt that spark of attraction. They stood there in the quiet barn, close enough that he was captured once again by the shimmer of her eyes, the way her breath came quicker now, and the straw dust floating in the light from the lanterns.
"Thank you, Willie," she whispered, "for understanding and for not thinking less of me."
"You were wise not to promise something you couldn't deliver." He ran a knuckle down her cheek. Her lips parted in surprise, and his gaze dropped to them. She swayed slightly toward him. Or maybe it was him leaning closer to her. But suddenly the space between them was barely a breath. His thumb followed where his knuckle had been, tracing the same path. Slower this time. Maddie sighed softly and closed her eyes, her chin tilted as though an invitation. The power of it was stronger than Willie's good sense, and he leaned closer. A sharp yip, followed by a tumbling crash from the corner stall, shattered the moment. Her eyes startled open as Willie jerked back, and Duchess came bounding toward them, somehow tangled in a lead rope. Duke chasing after her, barking frantically. "Duchess, no!" Willie lunged for the pup, catching her before she could barrel into Maddie's skirts. But the spell was broken. "Dang it, dog! Your timing is terrible." Maddie stepped back and drew a shaky breath, one hand pressed to her chest.
I should return. The aunties will wonder where I've gone."
"Of course." Willie's voice sounded strange even to his own ears. She gathered her skirts and moved toward the door, pausing once to glance back at him. Something unspoken passed between them that looked a lot like longing and confusion, and even hope, before she slipped out into the cold evening. The barn door closed with a soft thud. Willie stood there in the dimness, Duchess squirming in his arms, Duke sitting at his feet looking up at him with knowing eyes. "I know, boy," Willie muttered, his chest tight with something he couldn't name. "I'm falling for her. Hard." But what did it matter? In a few weeks, her father would drag her back to England, or she would go somewhere else to escape the man. Either way, Willie would be here, with nothing but 2 dogs and dreams he couldn't afford to chase. Chapter 5. Maddie wondered if she would ever stop being surprised by these Americans, especially with how kind they were to her. Standing in the kitchen of the Circle B ranch with the ladies from both ranches, she found herself blinking against the sudden sting of tears. A gathering of people who genuinely cared for one another. Even when a snappish word slipped out, it was usually followed by a swift apology or coaxed into laughter with lighthearted teasing. She had never experienced a family gathering such as this, and she loved it. Judith had joined them, but all agreed she must sit in a rocker in the corner and not tax herself. Instead, she held her nephew while his mother, Doris, crimped a pie crust. As soft-spoken as she was, Doris still had a knack for directing the many workers. Before her marriage, she had taught at the school, so perhaps that was where she had learned the art of quiet command. Auntie B had shown Maddie how to tuck the edges of the bread roll under, pinching the bottoms so they held their shape. Her first attempt had been a dismal failure, but she tried again, clumsy but determined. This time when she set the ball on the pan, it looked perfect. Auntie L crowed in delight from across the table, where she had layered rings of sweet potatoes, something Maddie had heard of but never eaten. Now the auntie was adding something she called sorghum syrup to them. "You have the knack now, child," Auntie L said. "You'll be a splendid cook in no time." Approving laughter sprinkled with compliments rippled around the kitchen, and Maddie stood a little taller. It was lovely to know she could make more than sweets. "Just wait," Judith teased as she rocked the baby. Next year we'll set you on pie duty." Maddie smiled, but her composure nearly failed her. Judith had suggested Maddie would still be there next year, and how she wished it could be so. But she must flee from the eventual call home. She had to find her way to a place her father could never catch her. "I'm sorry that took so long," Maud, the eldest of the Lancaster sisters, said, rushing into the kitchen. "I never considered how much time was involved in feeding a baby. Ansel's appetite just continues to grow." "Don't remind me." Doris adjusted her bodice. "I need to feed Wally soon." She glanced at Maddie. "Would you like to learn how to crimp pie crusts?" "Let's not overwhelm her," Mrs. McDaniel said, stepping over. "Maddie can finish her rolls, and I'll take over the pie crusts so you can see to your little man." She gave a happy sigh. "It's delightful having so many youngsters around the place." "And the guests usually enjoy it." Judith gave an amused chuckle. "When I first arrived here to be Marshall's hostess, I was convinced he had lost his mind to insist the ranch was still his private home. He declared that if his family time irritated his guests, they were welcome to leave. And he was correct." Maddie smiled, her heart lighter. This was something else her father would never have allowed. He had shown no interest in any of his children until they were old enough to be useful to him. For all the bustle in this household, for all the teasing, she felt satisfied. Everyone continued to work, though Frances made only one appearance, and that to check on how Doris wanted the men to set the tables. As she passed near Maddie, Frances caught her eye and gave her a meaningful look. "We need to talk," Frances said quietly. "After the meal, when we can be private." Maddie's pulse quickened, but she nodded. She had asked Frances for advice days ago, and her friend had promised to think on Maddie's situation. Finally, the food was ready, and everyone helped to carry the feast into the dining room. The table groaned under its burden. Turkey, roasted vegetables, rolls, mashed potatoes, Auntie Elle's candied sweet potatoes, and something Doris called succotash. Maddie did not know how anyone would have room to eat any of the preserves, pies, and cakes. She took a chair between the aunties. At home, her father's cavernous banquet hall gleamed with gilt and glass, the design meant to impress rather than offer comfort, the guests seated by rank. Not here. Everyone took seats wherever they wished, aside from Marshall, who sat at the head as the host, with his wife Doris on his right. The table stretched nearly as long as her father's, but its polish came from use rather than ceremony. For once, Maddie did not feel on display, but simply another member of a large and loving family. She must find a way to make her home in Lilac City, even if it required her to leave for a time. When everyone had settled, Marshall extended his right hand to Doris and his left to Luke. When the aunties' warm fingers enclosed Maddie's on each side, something sweet settled inside her as the extended family around her seemed to expand to make her a part of it. Marshall then bowed his head. "Lord, we come before you with gratitude in our hearts for the prosperity you have blessed us with this year. We thank you for preserving us amid adversity and for the blessing of new members joining our extended family." Marshall surprised Maddie by opening his eyes and glancing at her before closing them again and continuing. "We're grateful for the strength you have put in our hands and backs and the safety of our homes. We ask you to bless our family and friends near and far with the righteous desires of their hearts. Please grant us discernment that we might know when to share so that others will not hunger this winter. We thank you for the food that is before us and ask a blessing upon the hands that prepared it. May it give us the courage to do your will. In the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. The chorus of Amen around the table rose like music, and Maddie whispered her own with a full heart. Yes, this place was where she wanted to make her home, and these people her family, even if staying meant she had to outwit her insufferable father. She glanced down the table where Francis was laughing at something little Tommy had said, where he sat between her and Nick. The boy's small hand rested in Francis's larger one, and when he looked up at her with such trust and affection, Maddie's throat tightened. In his prayer, Marshall had asked that they receive the righteous desires of their hearts. Surely remaining here would qualify as that. Doc George's oldest boy, Alfred, had really shot up since moving from San Francisco. Now 17, the lanky lad was nearly full-grown and as tall as his pa, and he was even more horse-crazy than in California. Whenever Willie dined at the Rasmussens, Alfred was like a shadow, full of questions about working on a ranch. Noting the doctor's worried glances, Willie downplayed it. He knew the boy's father hoped he would attend medical school. I think there could be a few additions to the family in the next while, Willie's mother said softly as he helped her to clean up after the large meal. He paused in his drawing and glanced back where Laura read to a drowsy Rosie, while Artie played with Samuel and his toy soldiers. "I thought Edgar already had your permission," Willie murmured. "He does, but Abe said a small package arrived for Edgar from back east." His mother gave him a sly look. "It came from a jeweler." Willie grinned. He liked the attorney, and the man was as dead gone on Laura as she was for him. Then Willie frowned. "What?" his mother asked. "Where will they live?" He'd enjoyed living with his sister and her kids again, and the aunties were a hoot. And then there was Maddie. Auntie B told me the other day she's been working to convince Edgar to move in with them. He spends most of his free time there anyway, now that the weather's gotten so cold. Ma studied Willie, like he was a little boy again who had done something he shouldn't, and a stern look from her would get him to own up to it. "What?" he asked, wondering what she knew. "Are you worried they won't need you at Thimble Hollow if Edgar moves in?" Ma knew Willie too well. He shrugged. "You like it there?" "Of course I do. It beats living in the bunkhouse." There was so much more to it, but Willie didn't mention Maddie. "Auntie B also told me she wants you to continue on there." Willie's heart lurched with both gratitude and relief, while his mother gave him a knowing grin. Doc George joined them, wiping his hands on a towel. "Your mother is correct, you know, about you being needed at Thimble Hollow." He leaned against the counter, looking thoughtful. "But them needing a handyman and guard at night isn't all that's keeping you there, is it?" "What do you mean? Was Willie that obvious?" "You've come a long way since your wild days in San Francisco," Doc George said, his tone mild but knowing. "You look the best I've ever seen you, steady and reliable. Character matters more than money." Ma smiled. "And I would say a certain English lady agrees. I don't say that because I'm your mother. You work hard, you're honest, and you show Christ's love even when it's difficult." Willie shifted uncomfortably. He didn't think those were special attributes. They were just how folks ought to be. "Even if it's all true," he said quietly, "Maddie needs a practical solution now."
I can't like it that her father can force her into a marriage she doesn't want, Edith said, coming to stand beside her husband. If we can help her get what she wants, we should.
Of anyone in this town, Doc George mused, I'm guessing you would want to stand with Lady Wycliffe because of how you feel about her. Am I right, Willie?
Before he could respond, Edith collapsed in a faint. Doc George barely caught her, and Abe hurried to help him carry her to the settee. She roused quickly, and when the doctor opened his mouth, she lifted a finger to his lips. "Don't say you told me so."
He kissed her finger. Everyone is worried, so we must tell them.
"What?" Lillian asked from where she stood at the foot of the settee, her face pale with concern. "I'm increasing," Edith said, and burst into tears. As everyone gathered around her, Willie stepped back. At nearly 40, when she finally married, she probably hadn't expected to carry a child of her own. Ma slipped her arm through Willie's with a happy sigh. She has spent so much of her life helping other women to increase their families. I'm grateful the Lord has given her this opportunity to experience it too. All three of Doc George's children from his first marriage chattered with excitement. This was a day full of gratitude for everyone. The joy on their faces brought to Willie's mind what Doc George had said about character mattering more than money. But character didn't put a roof over a woman's head or food in her belly.
I should get back, Willie said, brushing a kiss on his mother's cheek. It'll be an early day for me tomorrow, so I need to hit the sack soon. Tell them thank you for inviting me. Want me to take Laura and the kids?
We're taking them to Thimble Hollow. His mother hugged him before moving over to congratulate the Rasmussens. Humming, Willie stepped out into the cold. It had been a fun, noisy day, full of laughter. It was the happiest his family had been since they'd left Lodi to move to San Francisco. If only Maddie had been there. All afternoon he had pictured her at the Circle B and wished she could have been with him. Or him with her. More and more, the longing to be wherever she was grew stronger. Lilac City was extra quiet as he rode through town. He'd pulled up the collar of his coat. Auntie Elle had promised to make him a wool wrap, and for once he was glad she fussed over him. The sooner she finished it, the happier his ears would be. As he passed the telegraph office, the door banged open, and Mr. Anderson, the operator, waved him down.
"Kendrick! Just the man I needed."
The man hurried over.
"I just received a telegram for Miss Madeline Wycliffe at Thimble Hollow. I'll wager you're headed that way. Do you mind taking it to her?"
"No problem." Willie accepted the envelope, though he reckoned she would still be at the Circle B. It weighed like a stone as he slipped it into his pocket. It would not bring good news.
"Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving,"
Mr. Anderson said, already heading back inside.
"Same to you."
Frowning, Willie urged Hobo on. The cheer of the day gone. Chapter 6. After the meal, as dishes were being cleared and the men gathered in the parlor, Frances appeared at Maddie's elbow. "Come with me," she said quietly, already moving toward the back hallway. Maddie followed, her hands cold. They slipped into Marshall's study, a room lined with books and ledgers, away from the bustle and noise. Above the fireplace was a beautiful painting of him and his family, minus Wally. "Doris painted that," Frances said proudly. "She said she will add Wally once he's sleeping through the night regularly and she's not so tired all the time." "I confess I'm stunned at how much talent there is here," Maddie murmured, determined to show off the talents of her friends when her brother eventually arrived. Frances waved off the reference to her own gift with the piano.
I've been thinking about your situation. Maddie's stomach clenched.
Frances, my only choice is to...
Frances made a chopping motion to stop her. Don't limit yourself. Have you heard from your father?
Only a letter from my brother warning me to be prepared for his eventual arrival. Worrying about it is giving me nightmares.
Maddie brushed a tear from her cheek.
I don't wish to leave. I love it here, Frances.
As her friend stiffened, something flashed in her eyes. She placed a hand on Maddie's shoulder. If your father tries to strong-arm you, he'll learn what we think of bullies. Maddie's eyes filled again, moved by the intensity in her friend's words. She repeated once more all her father had in his favor.
I cannot drag you down with me.
Frances snorted. You're not suggesting you'll turn into a simpering lady and give in to him, are you?
Of course not,
Maddie nearly shouted. Now, that's the Wildcat we need to see. Frances nodded approvingly. Momentarily distracted, Maddie asked,
What is a wildcat?
Think of a cat, but larger and a whole lot meaner. They're smaller than bobcats, so they have to make up for it by being scrappy and stubborn. Frances grinned. I've seen men back off quick from a wildcat. Maddie's breath caught at the image, and she straightened at the praise. Wildcat. The word prowled through her mind, rough and rather thrilling. A creature that survived because it refused to bow. Such a perfect description of the battle she had waged with her father for years. But worry forced her to speak.
I refuse to risk hurting my friends.
She dropped her gaze.
Once my father's men arrive with the power of the law behind them, I fear a wildcat without claws would be nothing more than a frightened kitten.
You have brains and claws, Frances declared, beginning to pace. The kind that knows when to strike and when to stay hidden. What you need to do is figure that out. I already told you we'll stand behind you, so you won't be fighting alone. She came to a stop and stared at Maddie, suddenly thoughtful.
What are you thinking?
Maddie asked, wary. Frances's eyes softened, looking more like a friend than a fighter. Sometimes a wildcat needs a partner who's just as feisty as she is. Maddie's thoughts immediately went to Willie, of his steady hands on the reins, the way he spoke to puppies like they mattered. The heat in her chest rose to her cheeks, and she turned toward the fire.
I do not understand what you mean.
One way to take control of your situation is for you to marry someone else first. For a moment, Maddie's mind could make no sense of the words. She blinked.
What?
They don't allow bigamy in England, do they? Frances didn't wait for an answer. Of course they don't. So if you're married when your brother shows up, then your father can't force you to marry this lordy guy. Frances's words sped up, as though she had rehearsed them. I did the same thing. I couldn't inherit my fortune until I was married, or 25, and everyone was treating me like a child. So I asked Nick to marry me temporarily.
You were only married temporarily?
Maddie's mind whirled.
But you and Nick are mad for each other.
Now, yes. And we burned the annulment agreement. But we had a marriage contract in the beginning. I thought we were just friends. But he was hoping for more. Frances's expression turned dreamy, and she glanced away. And boy, did he get it. Maddie wanted to smile, but her trembling hand reminded her that Frances was suggesting this for Maddie, too. The idea seemed impossible and absurd.
You are proposing I ask some man to marry me for protection? She asked, unsure.
What I'm saying is you should take control of your life before your father does. Frances met her gaze then, challenging. You said yourself he's already signed marriage papers to some old man who wants your dowry.
And the political connection with my father.
Maddie put a hand on her overly full stomach, wishing she hadn't sampled so many of the foods.
The vile man already has an heir and a spare. He doesn't even need me for that.
Frances leaned against the desk and crossed her arms. How much longer before your father sends your brother to fetch you? 1 month? 2?
I don't know,
Maddie whispered as the fears she'd been pushing down rose up, threatening to choke her. Then you need to act now. Frances's expression softened. I'm not saying you should marry just anyone, but if there's someone you trust for a year or 2... Unbidden, Willie's face flashed through Maddie's mind. Willie, Frances said quietly, arching a brow. You're thinking of Willie. Maddie couldn't deny it.
But how could I ask such a thing of him? Were we to marry, my father would surely challenge it in court. It would impoverish Willie for years to defend our marriage. Why would he agree to tie himself to me?
Maybe because he looks at you like you hung the moon, Frances said gently. And maybe because you look at him the same way. Maddie put her hands to her cheeks.
But I couldn't.
It would be temporary, like mine and Nick's. Maddie gave her a flat look.
Except yours didn't stay that way.
No, but that was our choice. Frances gripped Maddie's shoulders. Don't you see? It will give you a choice, and Willie Kendrick is a man you can trust to do what he says he will. Marriage to Willie. Maddie's head pounded. Could she truly marry someone other than the vile rake chosen by her father, and instead wed a kind man who made her laugh, who treated her with respect and cared about what she thought?
But I'm not of legal age.
Neither was I. Luke signed for me, but we found out later he didn't need to. Wyoming law says a woman can choose to marry at 18. And if you're worried, Auntie B can sign as your temporary guardian. Frances arched a brow, looking smug. I'm sure she would.
But my father will challenge it.
Maddie was sure of it.
I fear it would not hold.
Her friend pinned her with a firm glance. Do you really think that guy your father wants to marry you off to would take another man's cast off? Maddie's hands fluttered to her throat, fighting a mixture of emotions that ranged from anger to shame. Don't look at me like that, Frances said quietly. I know I'm speaking plainly, but this is serious. Even if a court rules the marriage illegal, your father and his friend would consider you tainted, wouldn't they? Nodding, a sense of fragile peace settled on Maddie. At the sound of a horse outside, Frances hurried to the window. Grinning, she glanced back at Maddie and said, Would you look at that? The good Lord sent an answer to our prayers. Willie. Maddie's heart skittered. It had to be Willie. What if she proposed this wild idea to him, and he agreed? Frances opened the door to the study. Wait here. By the time Willie rode up to the Circle B ranch house, he couldn't shake his worry. It might not be his place to wonder about the contents, but the name of the telegram's sender was written boldly at the top, including a title. Since it was a lord, and not the Duke, it must be from her brother. He was coming for her. But when? Soon, most likely. The thought of Maddie's family claiming her and forcing duty on her fired up Willie's insides, something fierce. She'd laughed only yesterday in the barn, breadcrumbs on her skirt, with the pups dancing circles around her. From the first time he'd met her, she had never looked so alive, so joyful. Sending her back would be like caging a songbird. But he had no business fretting about her future. He should just be thankful for the good things of the day, such as spending time together with his family, the kindness of the Rasmussens, and the happiness of a new baby coming to their family. Pa had always counseled Ma not to worry over things she had no control over. Most of the time, Willie agreed with the advice. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that he could do something to help Maddie's dilemma. But what? Willie rode to the barn. As he swung down, the large door opened. "Hey, Kendrick," Herb Pulsifer said. "What brings you here so late?" Willie patted his pocket. "I have a delivery for one of the guests. Okay if I see to my horse first?" "Come on in." Herb widened the opening, and Willie led Hobo inside. The cowhand went to sit on a bale of hay and picked up a little notebook and the stub of a pencil. Willie had heard about Herb's gift with verses. "Mind if I let my dogs down?" Willie asked. "Go ahead. I've heard you're really good at training them." Willie released Duke and lifted Duchess from the pup pocket, then tied Hobo in the barn aisle, loosened the cinch, and tossed a flake of hay into the manger. That should be enough for a short stay. "I'm not sure they're ready to mind their manners with so many people inside," Willie mused, watching the dogs chase after some hay. "Leave them. I'll take inspiration in any form." Herb grinned at the pups. "Duke, Duchess, come," Willie said as he pulled out the leads he kept for when he didn't want them running off. Duke came immediately. Duchess scampered over and plopped down at Willie's feet. He bent to tie the lead to the leather collars he'd made. "That will keep them inside in case you have to open the door." Herb nodded. Willie slipped outside and headed to the house. From inside came the hum of voices and music. He lifted his hand to knock, but the door swung open before his knuckles hit the wood. "You have good timing. Come with me." Frances didn't wait, but turned and headed down the hallway. How could she have been expecting him? He didn't ask, but closed the door and hurried after her, and into what must be Mr. Breckenridge's office. I don't think we should—" Willie broke off when he saw Maddie standing near the fireplace. She turned those lovely pale blue eyes to him, so full of hope that for a moment he forgot about the telegram. Had she gotten some news he didn't know about? "What brings you here tonight?" Frances asked. "I have something for Maddie." He pulled the envelope from his pocket. It came to the telegraph office. Maddie's face blanched, and he almost stepped forward, but she seemed to collect herself and extended her hand to accept it, with trembling fingers. As she read, she pressed her lips together. "How bad is it?" Frances asked, coming to stand beside Willie.
"It is from my brother. He has arrived in New York and means to conduct some business there. He will arrive here in a fortnight."
Maddie put a hand on her stomach, as though she might be ill. "A brother ought to protect his sister from snakes, not deliver her into a den of them." Willie growled. Frances put a hand on his shoulder. "Don't worry, Will. We won't let him take her. Maddie and I have an idea for how to get around her father's decree." Maddie met his gaze, a spark of hope in her eyes, like she had faith he could help her. And he would. "What do you have in mind?" he asked, intrigued. Frances grinned smugly. "Since she's underage in England, if her brother shows up and tries to force her back home, The court will support him. Maddie belongs here with us." She shifted her gaze from him to Maddie and back to him. "But he can't take her if she's already a married woman. What she needs is a husband, right away." All the food in Willie's belly turned sour, and he had an unexpected urge to kick something. They were going to sell her off to another man? "Let's give her a couple of minutes to consider my idea," Frances said, already pulling Willie from the office. Chapter 7. Maddie sank onto the settee, still holding the telegram. Such a lovely day for it to end like this. The weariness that weighed on her came from more than the work of preparing the large meal. She had been existing in a kind of bubble where her father's ultimatum could not reach her. She had permitted herself to fall in love with a man of whom her father would never approve. And now her brother would arrive in Lilac City to collect her like so much baggage. Her mind spun in too many directions. Should she accept Mary Teague's offer to purchase a couple of Maddie's gowns to sell and use the money to flee? Or do something ridiculous, such as riding into the mountains to hide in a cave until Ambrose left? What she needs is a husband, right away. Marriage as an escape? For Frances to do such a thing was believable, bold as she was. But for Maddie, it felt like stepping from one cage into another. Or did it depend upon the man she married? From the other room came the laughing voices of Luke and Marshall. Contrary to what she had seen in her own home, not all husbands were created equal. Somewhere, likely nearby, Willie would be lingering, hat in hand, a crease between his brows, worried about her. Poor as he was, he had more freedom to determine his future than Maddie did. And yet, when she thought of marriage to protect herself, she could only think of him. She might be the daughter of a duke with a fabulous dowry, but she was only a pawn in her father's games. He could be vindictive when thwarted. How could she possibly ask Willie to tangle himself in her fight against her father's machinations?
"It is hopeless,"
she whispered. Maddie rose and went to the window to stare out at the icy grounds. Her mind drifted back to England and her father's lectures about duty and family. Never once could she recall his asking anything. He commanded or demanded, and everyone bowed to his wishes. His word was the law. She had been raised to believe resistance was foolish, even childish. And yet here she stood, across an ocean, because she had fought his decree. Frances's description came to mind. Could Maddie be a wildcat?
"I will not be carried back to England like a headstrong child."
The words tasted of ripeness, and the warmth of resolution flooded into her. She repeated the words, as she had for Frances, and the feeling grew.
"I am a wildcat," Maddie declared, "small yet fearsome, fierce against threats."
And her brother Ambrose was indeed a threat, if he meant to act as their father's lackey. She had spent the day in the company of people who loved and valued her. Frances was correct that Maddie did not stand alone. Father thought he had exiled her to poverty and loneliness. Instead, the aunties had opened their hearts as well as their home. Laura and Frances had offered friendship. And Willie? Willie was different. Like his sister, he was Maddie's friend. Rough-handed, plain-spoken, and lacking in polish. He was everything Father despised. Yet she could talk to Willie as she could not to any of the ton. He listened and sympathized, and there was a depth to him that people like her father would miss. If someone were to ask her what she wanted in a husband, it would be a man like Willie. No, it would be him. She closed her eyes and prayed aloud as she had not since just before her mother died.
Dear Lord, if this is the path I should take, please grant me the courage to follow it. If I truly am a wildcat, I pray for the claws I will need to fight for my future.
The door creaked, and Maddie glanced up to find Willie peeking in, with Frances right behind him. Willie's ears went hot. He hadn't meant to listen to Maddie's prayer, but Frances had a talent for stealth and had opened the door to the office with nary a sound, until she'd pushed him forward. Sorry. He stepped inside the office while Frances slipped away. Willie kept the door open a few inches. Frances said you have a plan to stay in Lilac City, but you need help. What can I do? Maddie looked pale and worn out, as though something had wrung all the strength from her, but she was still resolute. He could never bear to see any creature suffer, but especially not this fascinating woman who had come to mean so much to him. It brought out all of his protective instincts. He stepped closer. I mean it, Maddie, he said, his voice low but firm. I said I would do anything in my power to help you, and I'm not kidding. She studied him for a long moment, her eyes shimmering in the light.
You can help by making me your wife.
Willie put a finger in his ear and wiggled, sure he hadn't heard right. Say again?
Help me by marrying me.
Marry Maddie. He'd dreamed about doing just that almost every night since meeting her. Then reality crashed in. She was asking out of desperation and not out of love. It can't be that simple, he said quietly. Maddie patted the settee beside her.
Please sit and let me explain.
Resigned, but still determined to help her, he sat, but kept his distance as she spoke of things he knew.
My brother will arrive here in a fortnight to escort me back to England. 2 weeks, Willie.
But you're not of age to marry without your father's consent.
Were I of age, I could simply refuse. As a married woman, his men cannot simply drag me away. Frances suggested a temporary marriage to delay him in court until my birthday in 6 months.
Willie frowned. But marriage isn't temporary.
It could be if we agreed to annul it once I receive the inheritance from my mother.
Maddie watched him expectantly, but there was something she wasn't saying.
It need only be until I'm 21. Then I would have enough to purchase property, build a house, support myself.
She didn't understand. He shook his head. Maddie pitched her voice higher.
I will compensate you for doing this for me. I know you long for a horse. I will...
Willie put a finger on her lips to stop her from speaking. I don't want you to buy me a horse, Maddie. I'm not one to chase a woman's purse, he said in disgust.
Of course you aren't. That is not what I'm suggesting.
Her chin quivered and tears welled in her eyes.
I'm doing this all wrong.
Partly, he admitted, wishing he could comfort her. The mistake was in talking about a temporary marriage. It would be a lie, Maddie, and I won't lie. She shifted on the settee, so their knees nearly touched.
But we won't be lying to each other because we will have a contract.
What about when we stand before God? We'll be in the presence of our friends and family and promise to cleave to one another until death do us part, all the while knowing we will break our vows once it's not convenient to be married anymore. Willie heaved out a breath. A temporary marriage will only work if it's secret. Won't it be a lie when my mother welcomes you as her new daughter, and when Laura calls you sister?" Willie's shoulders slumped at his inability to help Maddie. "I told you how I did some stupid things in San Francisco. I made a promise to Ma and Laura that I wouldn't lie anymore. As much as I want to help you, Maddie, I won't break one vow to make another." Maddie stilled, and he could see understanding in her eyes now. She asked wonderingly, almost lovingly,
"You truly feel this way, don't you?"
"Yes. Let me find somewhere to hide you," he pleaded. "A place your brother can't find you."
"Then marry me in truth," she said, straightening. "For life."
"Maddie, you're killing me." Willie rubbed his face.
"But I am serious."
Her breath was coming faster, and he couldn't tell if it was from nerves or something else. It couldn't be from excitement, though her words had set his chest to thumping so fast it was making him feel like he'd been spinning in circles.
"If it were a real marriage, would you marry me until death do us part?" she whispered.
"Yes, Maddie, yes. But do you realize—" She stopped his words by launching herself into his arms. Willie wasn't stupid and didn't need another invitation. He wrapped his arms around her slim form, inhaling the heady scent of rose water near her ear. When he pressed his lips to her neck there, her breath caught, and she pulled back only enough to look into his eyes. For a few moments, they simply stared at each other, her hands resting against his chest where his heart hammered like a smithy's anvil. Something passed between them. Recognition, perhaps, or understanding deeper than words. Her lips parted slightly, and he saw his own wonder reflected in her eyes. Then she rose on her toes, and he bent to meet her, their lips touching with gentleness. What started tentatively deepened quickly. The kiss felt like coming home after a long journey, like finding something he hadn't known he'd been searching for. Maddie's fingers curled into his shirt, anchoring herself, while Willie cradled her face with one hand, his thumb brushing her cheekbone. The world seemed to narrow to just this moment. The softness of her mouth, the way she sighed against him, the rightness of holding him. It wasn't only attraction, though, that sparked between them like lightning. It was something deeper, almost sacred, as if heaven itself was confirming what their hearts already knew. When they finally parted, Maddie's eyes were wide with the same shock he felt, her fingers still twisted in his shirt.
"Oh, my,"
she whispered. "That was—" Willie couldn't finish, couldn't find words for what he had just experienced.
"A sign?"
Maddie suggested softly, awe in her voice.
"That we are meant to wed, to make a family together?"
Willie rested his forehead against hers, still holding her close. "It kind of felt like the good Lord himself was giving us his blessing."
"Yes," she gave a shaky laugh. "I have been kissed before, Willie Kendrick, but never like that."
"Me either." He pulled back enough to see her face properly. "Are you sure you want to bind yourself to a poor cowboy? Your father will not approve."
"I care not. I never have."
Her chin lifted with that fierce determination he admired so much.
"I choose you, Willie, not because I have to, but because I'm already falling in love with you. Because somehow, in all this mess, you are the man for me."
Willie cupped her face in his rough hands, marveling at the softness of her skin. "Then we will do this proper. A real marriage, Maddie. No going back."
"I do not wish to take any of it back,"
she agreed, then pulled him down for another kiss. "Well, dang, Kendrick, you're a fast worker," Frances cried from the doorway, grinning with approval. "I guess I'd best get Edgar in here to draw up that marriage contract."
"We have no need of one, because our marriage will be forever," Maddie declared.
"No, wait." Willie raised his hand. When hurt flashed in her eyes, he gave her a quick kiss. "Will you stop doubting yourself, my little wildcat?" He turned to Frances. "We do need Edgar's help because Maddie has an inheritance coming from her mother, and the law doesn't protect women." Frances considered them for a moment before nodding. "He's right, Maddie." She grinned again. "And I'm happy you two have already figured out what I've seen for weeks. Congratulations." Frances swept from the room, calling, "Edgar, I need your legal expertise immediately."
"Do you think they will allow us to live at Thimble Hollow after we're married?"
Maddie asked, straightening her dress.
"I love living there, and they are teaching me so much."
"Yes, I do. The aunties love you, and my sister can teach you all you need to know about frugal living. And when Willie coughed, his collar feeling too tight, so his words came out rough. "Once I move upstairs with you, they'll actually have an empty room."
"Oh, yes,"
Maddie said, her voice breathy, not looking at him, though her shoulders relaxed.
"Very true."
Willie put his arm around her shoulders. Whatever came next, from her father's wrath, her brother's arrival, the challenge of building a life together, they would face it as one. Chapter 8. When Frances returned with Edgar in tow, Maddie and Willie sat on the settee, their hands clasped. She refused to look at the crumpled telegram near her shoe and instead gave her attention to her friends. Edgar watched them, bemused. "I didn't expect you to get married before me, Kendrick." Willie shrugged, but Maddie perked up, momentarily distracted.
"Have you proposed?" she asked. "Laura has said nothing."
Edgar patted his coat pocket. "I was planning to tomorrow."
"Oh, you mustn't allow my problems to stop you,"
Maddie cried in concern, standing so quickly that she pulled Willie with her, though he didn't release her hand. Surprisingly, it comforted her that he would stay by her side even in this. "We could make it a double wedding," Frances suggested. "That is, if you propose tonight instead of tomorrow." Edgar frowned. "Tonight? But I don't have a home to offer." "Sure you do," Nick interrupted, stepping into the room. "The aunties expect you to make your home with Laura and the children. It would break their hearts if you don't." "He's right," Frances said. "I'll bet Laura's at Thimble Hollow right now, putting the children to bed. You could propose tonight." Edgar looked uncertain, and Frances pressed on. "Think about it. A double wedding would be perfect. Everyone will assume Willie and Maddie got caught up in the romantic spirit of it. No one will think twice about the timing or wonder if there's any other reason for the rush." "We're short on time," Nick added. "With Maddie's brother arriving in 2 weeks, we should move quickly. The four of you can go to the county clerk's office tomorrow to get your licenses." "And Edgar?" Willie said. "Maddie has an inheritance coming from her mother that will need a marriage contract to protect it from the law." "I can draft something," Edgar said immediately. "We'll discuss the details on the drive to Thimble Hollow." "Would you be opposed to doing a double wedding?" Willie asked. "Laura's waited long enough for someone like you, Edgar." "I wouldn't be opposed at all," he said, a smile breaking through. "I've been ready for weeks, but I've been thinking I needed a house first." "I probably should let Luke and Marshall bring this up," Nick said. "But as much as we love them, we all know the aunties won't live forever. They've been hoping you and Laura would make your home at Thimble Hollow and take ownership." "I'm so glad this is out in the open." Frances pinned Edgar with a hard gaze. "Do you have a problem living there?" He shot her a flat look. "Considering how much time I spend there already, do you even need to ask? Remember, they're my family, too."
Maddie lifted her hand. "Will we still be allowed to live there?"
"Of course. I'm much better with a pen than a hammer, and Luke was just telling me what a great job Willie does with keeping the place up." Edgar clapped Willie on the arm. "I know it won't be permanent, but you're welcome as long as you two wish to stay." "Excellent!" Frances beamed. "Willie, you should ride ahead to Thimble Hollow and let Laura know you're engaged. She should hear it from you first. And we need to get word to your mother. Hannah won't forgive you if we leave her out." She turned to Edgar. "You drive the aunties and Maddie home in the buggy. That'll give you time to discuss the marriage contract details with them, and Auntie B can give her official blessing. Then, when you arrive at Thimble Hollow," she wriggled her eyebrows, "you'll have your moment with Laura."
"Assuming she is comfortable being rushed like this, I won't claim my own freedom by denying your sister hers," Maddie insisted.
"I think Edgar might be surprised at how ready Laura is." Willie squeezed Maddie's hand. "Does this sound all right to you, my little wildcat?" Her eyes pricked at the endearment she was quickly coming to love.
"If Laura agrees, then yes, it all sounds perfect."
Willie urged his horse into an easy lope. He was engaged. In a few days, Maddie would be his bride, his wife. He'd meant what he said about the sacredness of marriage vows, but now, riding alone through the dark, the full weight of what he'd committed to settled on his shoulders. The memory of how she had launched herself into his arms came to mind. Maddie had chosen him, kissed him like he was the most important thing in her life. "Thank you, Lord," he whispered into the night. "I don't know why you saw fit to give me such a gift, but I promise I'll do right by her." The lights of Thimble Hollow came into view. Willie slowed his horse as he approached. It was a little ironic that just a few hours ago, Ma had hinted he should pursue Maddie. Juke bounded ahead. Once inside the barn, Willie pulled Duchess from her pouch and saw to his horse for the night. The three of them headed to the house, where they could see Laura working in the kitchen. When they entered, she looked up. "What took you so long?" she asked. "I was getting worried." "Sorry, Maddie got a telegram," he said, adding water to the pups' dishes. "I took it out to the Circle B to her."
"Oh, no."
Laura leaned against the counter.
"Is it from her brother?"
"Yes, and I have news, but let me pen Duchess up for the night." Willie hung up his hat and closed the pup in her wooden kennel, his mind mulling over whether he should ease into the news or drop it in Laura's lap. He didn't have much time.
"Is it very bad?" Laura asked impatiently when he was done.
"Yes. No, I mean," Willie blew out a breath. "Laura, me and Maddie are getting married." His sister blinked. "You're what?" "When she got the news, we confessed our feelings for each other," he said, simplifying the story. "We're getting our license tomorrow, and we'll have the ceremony here on Sunday."
"Sunday? Willie, that's so fast." Laura sank into one of the chairs. "But I suppose you don't have the luxury of time. Are you both sure?"
"I've never felt for anyone like I do for Maddie," he said simply. "I know our love is young yet, but when we kissed, Laura, It felt like the Lord himself was blessing us. Like he was saying we're meant to be together.
Oh, Willie, I'm so happy for you.
Tears shimmered in Laura's eyes as she stood to hug him.
Maddie is blessed to have you.
Thank you, he said, returning the embrace. But I'm the one who's blessed.
When do I get to congratulate my new sister? Laura asked, stepping back.
Willie explained the marriage contract and Maddie's inheritance. They should be here any minute now. Edgar is bringing her and the aunties in the buggy.
He's coming here?
Laura's hand flew to straighten her hair.
Tonight?
Willie grinned. Yeah, about that. You should probably go freshen up. I have a feeling he's got something important to ask you.
Does this have something to do with you and Maddie?
His sister's eyes widened.
Willie, what did you do?
Stop looking at me like I'm a little kid. Our decision hasn't changed the direction of yours, only sped it up. He winked. You're welcome.
With a happy laugh, Laura rushed from the kitchen, and Willie set about making coffee, glad they kept beans roasted by his stepfather, Abe Vosberg. It was a shame that Ma couldn't be there tonight. In a few minutes, there would be 2 engaged couples under this roof. He'd thought life had gotten interesting when Maddie arrived in Lilac City. Well, it was about to get a whole lot more. Willie heard the buggy arrive and moved to the window. Maddie glanced up at the house, and even from this distance, Willie could see her smile. His chest tightened with an emotion he couldn't quite name. Satisfaction, maybe, and something fiercer, more protective. She was trusting him with her whole future, and he wouldn't let her down. Laura appeared at his elbow, having changed into a fresh dress, her hair neatly arranged. She looked nervous and hopeful all at once. You look real pretty, sis, Willie said. Hush, she whispered, but she smiled. The front door opened and voices filled the hallway. Willie went to greet them, Duke at his heels. Maddie's eyes found his immediately. Hello, she said shyly. Hello, my little Wildcat, he replied, and kissed her. She rewarded him with those pink cheeks he loved so much. Auntie B clapped her hands together. Well, what an evening this has been. I believe we all need some tea. I'll heat water, Laura offered, but Auntie L shook her head. Edgar needs to have a word with you, Auntie B said. Come along, the rest of you. Willie and Maddie held back until Laura and Edgar disappeared behind the parlor door. Please tell me she will say yes, Maddie whispered. Oh, she will. I hinted at what he's planning, and she's excited. Willie laced their fingers. She'll likely question why he's waited so long. Maddie laughed, then moved closer to him. I can hardly believe this is real, that we're truly engaged. Willie took her hand, marveling at how small and delicate it was in his work-roughened palm. It's real, and in a few days, you'll be my wife. And you will be my husband. I will be Mrs. Kendrick. She arched an eyebrow. I will move up the alphabet. As if you have much experience waiting in lines. Wait, don't you call them queues? We do, but I have had servants who had to stand in queues for me. Her expression turned serious. I know this won't be easy. My father will fight us. My brother will try everything to separate us. There will be scandal and difficulty ahead. I know. He squeezed her hand. But we'll face it together. That's what marriage is, right? Facing everything together. Yes, she whispered. Together. From down the hall came a small cry of joy, followed by laughter. Willie grinned. I guess she said yes.
Moments later, the parlor door opened and Laura emerged, practically floating, her face radiant. Edgar followed, looking both proud and slightly dazed. When she saw them, Laura held up her left hand where a simple but elegant ring now graced her finger. Maddie rushed forward to embrace her.
"Oh, Laura, I'm so happy for you."
Willie clasped Edgar's hand. "Welcome to the family." "Thank you." Edgar's usual composure had cracked, his eyes joyful. The aunties appeared from the kitchen and gestured for them to come.
"2 weddings," Auntie B exclaimed. "Oh, we have so much to do."
"Sunday," Auntie L said firmly. "We'll have a double wedding on Sunday. Reverend Pierce can perform the ceremony."
"I want it here. I don't want anything large," Laura said, looking slightly overwhelmed. "Yes," Maddie agreed.
"Are you sure?" Willie asked. "You don't want something fancier like you would have had in London?"
"Surrounded by people who only give lip service to friendship?" Maddie shook her head. "No, thank you. Like Laura, I wish to share this special day with the people who care about us."
"I agree," Edgar said. "All right, then." Willie pressed his lips to her temple. Outside, the wind carried the faint scent of snow and the promise of change. In 2 weeks' time, her brother would arrive, and the fight for their future would begin. Chapter 9. Leave it to Frances to announce the double wedding while the 4 of them were at the county office getting their marriage licenses. By Saturday, Willie couldn't go anywhere without congratulations, razzing, and even some condolences. He wasn't in the best mood when he stepped into the corral. The men were busy swapping out wagon wheels for sleigh runners, the iron scraping and clanging against the packed snow. Last night's storm had dumped more of the white stuff than he had seen in his life, and Luke had warned him it was only the beginning. As soon as he spotted Herb's wide grin, Willie knew he was in for it. The man had a gift with words and was sure to wax poetic about the whole affair. "Well, if it ain't Mr. Engaged himself. I never figured any of us would land a duke's daughter, much less you, Kendrick." The men laughed, most of them good-naturedly, and Willie gave a half-smile as he adjusted Hobo's bridle. "Never figured it myself." Another cowhand called out, "What'd you do, lasso her with a rope and forget to let go?" Then another round of chuckles. Willie took it in stride. He was used to being ribbed, and most of it was harmless. But then Rob Dill, who always had more mouth than sense, spat into the dirt and said, "Course, there's only one reason folks hurry a wedding that fast. Might be you're having to marry her." Willie froze. The laughter died. Several hands shifted, frowning, and one muttered, "That's out of line, Dill." Turning slowly, Willie faced the man and kept his voice low and steady. "Take it back." Instead, Dill smirked, like he thought he'd struck a nerve worth prodding. "I only said what everyone's think." Willie's fist connected with the man's jaw in one clean, sharp punch. Dill flew back and landed in the dirt, likely more from surprise than force. Willie sucked in a breath. "Please, Lord, give me the discretion to know when to fight in defense of Maddie's honor and when to hold my peace. Don't you ever talk about a lady like that again." Willie took a step closer, so he towered over the shorter but beefier man. "Have I made myself clear?" The silence hung heavy, while Dill glared up at him. Then one of the older hands gave a short nod. "Reckon he had that coming." "Guess we know where the line is with Kendrick," Herb chuckled nervously. It ought to be the line for all of you if you have any decency." Willie rubbed his knuckles against the pane and turned back to Hobo, his heart pounding harder than the altercation deserved. He didn't like it when he lost his temper. It reminded him too much of that time after Pa had died. Still, Willie refused to allow any lunkhead to drag Maddie's name through the mud. When he lifted his head, Duke padded over and sat at his boots, looking up at him like he'd done something noble. Willie bent to rub the pup's ears and whispered, "Let's hope she never finds out about this boy." Maddie had barely set foot in the mercantile with Laura, Auntie Bee, and the children before the ladies of Lilac City descended. A cheerful clamor of greetings met her ears. "Here they are, our brides-to-be!" Mrs. Roberts, Edgar's landlady, hurried over to hug them both. "I'm so happy for you, and you aunties will have 2 handsome men now living in your house. No more town rescues should be needed." "From your mouth to God's ears," Laura murmured. Maddie had not been present for that terrible event a few weeks ago, but it was what had persuaded Marshall Breckenridge and Luke Hamblin to assign Willie to live at Thimble Hollow. She would be forever grateful for it. "I told you word would travel faster than a prairie fire," Frances whispered. "Congratulations, dear," Mrs. Phelps, the mayor's wife, said. "We've all wondered if one of our handsome cowhands might catch your attention. And it's lovely that you and Mrs. Stanton will be sisters now." Mrs. Pierce wiped her eyes. "With you being such good friends with her, some of us have wondered if something might bloom between you and her brother." The women chuckled heartily, and Maddie gave a weak smile. The questions came fast. Where they would live, how soon, whether there would be a proper ceremony. Maddie felt overwhelmed. So many kind voices. So many assessing eyes. Laura's mother stepped over from the coffee house attached to the mercantile. "Ladies, let's give them time to settle in, please." She picked up Rosie, took Artie's hand, and led the 3 women over. Abe, Laura's new stepfather and former sheriff of Lilac City, quickly closed the door that separated the 2 businesses. "You 2 have them even more fired up than the Christmas fair," he said, shaking his head. "Lucky we open later than the mercantile." Without another word, Abe returned to the coffee roaster. Laura's mother quickly set the children at a table with half a muffin each before joining the others near the cozy fireplace. Mrs. Vosberg pinned her daughter with a look. "This is happening rather quickly, isn't it?" "Yes and no." Laura leaned over to give her mother's cheek a quick peck. "I told you weeks ago that I was ready. Now that he's finally proposed, I don't want to wait any longer, especially with the snow here." Maddie appreciated how well her friend was explaining the rush. Even she was convinced, until Mrs. Vosberg turned her discerning eyes on Maddie. "And what about you and Willie? I didn't even know you 2 were courting."
"Your son caught my attention even before he moved in to watch over Thimble Hollow. Since then, our friendship has grown to more." Maddie dropped her gaze, unable to meet the concerned mother's eyes.
"I can understand Laura and Edgar not wishing to wait, but this seems rushed for you and Willie." Mrs. Vosberg's worry seemed to increase the more she spoke. "I understand you're underage. Does your father know?" The question struck hard, making Maddie's breath catch. Before she could answer, Auntie Bee did. "Her father placed her in my care while she is here, so I am her temporary guardian. The decision is mine to approve. Since it is as clear as day to me that Maddie and Willie are in love, I will sign for her, and it will be my privilege to offer them a home with me until they are on their feet." Auntie Bee gave Maddie such a look of love that she nearly burst into tears. The last time someone had looked at her so, had been when her mother was still alive. Hannah Vosberg gave a slow nod, her expression thoughtful. She rose, tugged Maddie to her feet, pulled her into a tight embrace, and whispered, "If you don't mind, I would love for you to call me Mother." Maddie did cry then. "Oh, my, what is this?" Willie's mother asked, handing Maddie a handkerchief.
"I would like it very much,"
she confessed, surprised it was true.
"I lost my mother when I was a child, and I have missed her dreadfully."
"Well, I know I could never replace her," Hannah said softly, brushing aside a strand of hair from Maddie's cheek. "But I will stand beside you as your mother would. Never again will you have to face anything in life alone." "Just so," Auntie B declared. "You will be my sort of niece by marriage. Family. And family stands together." Maddie could only nod and wipe her eyes. Maddie and Laura had helped each other to dress. They stood side by side looking at themselves in the mirror in Maddie's room. She wore one of her fine London dresses, while Laura had chosen her ivory Sunday best, pressed crisp and trimmed with lace at the collar.
"Are you sure we are not rushing you in this?"
Maddie asked, brushing her gown with trembling fingers. "Have no fear." Laura straightened the lace that was Maddie's veil. "If Edgar had waited much longer, I might have marched him to the courthouse myself. Besides, I thoroughly dislike being the center of attention, and you have saved me from that, dear sister." "Sister?" Fearing she might cry again, Maddie sniffed. When they stepped out of the room, the Vosbergs waited. Hannah quickly checked that everything was in order, and Abe offered first Laura an arm and then Maddie. Hannah followed, making sure their gowns didn't trip them up as they made their way down the stairs. The parlor at Thimble Hollow had never looked more charming, with the lamplight casting flickering shadows across the polished wood and floral wallpaper. The aunties had fussed until they were happy with all the details, including fresh pine boughs draped over the mantel and candles gleaming in the sconces. As soon as they entered the room, Edgar's eyes went wide. The love shining in them as he gazed at Laura did much to ease Maddie's worries. Willie waited across the room near the minister, shoulders square, hands clasped behind his back. He wore his Sunday best and had eyes only for her. They held a steadiness that settled the worries in her heart. The small gathering had risen upon their entrance. The Vosbergs stood by the Rasmussens. Frances winked while Nick nodded encouragement. The aunties were already dabbing at their eyes with their hankies, while Judith Hamblin's eyes shone, her husband Luke's arm around her. Marshall Breckenridge of the Circle B stood beside his wife Doris, holding their sleeping son. Maddie and Laura joined Willie and Edgar to face Reverend Pierce, and the guests sat again. Willie's fingers around Maddie's, warm and steady. The minister lifted his Bible. "We are gathered here in the sight of God and in the presence of these witnesses to unite Edgar Percival Lowell and Laura Kendrick Stanton, and William Anthony Kendrick and Madeline Wycliffe in holy matrimony. This honorable estate was instituted by God himself for the welfare of mankind and the strength of the family. It is not to be entered into lightly or unadvisedly, but reverently, discreetly, and in the fear of God." Reverend Pierce spoke of covenant and faithfulness, of marriage as a shelter in the storms of life. Yes, this simple cowboy was indeed proving to be her shelter. The weight of those words pressed deep into Maddie's heart. When the time came for vows, Laura said hers in her quiet but calm voice, and Edgar sounded as though he might cry, which made Maddie's eyes sting. Willie, ever solid and unwavering, said, "I, William Anthony Kendrick, take you, Madeline Wycliffe, to be my lawful wife, to honor and protect in sickness and in health, until death do us part." "I made him take out the obey part," Frances whispered loudly. Nervousness and humor made Maddie choke on a laugh. Finally, she drew a shaky breath.
"I, Madeline Wycliffe, take you, William Anthony Kendrick, to be my lawful husband, to walk beside you, to respect and care for you, until death do us part."
The minister looked first at Edgar and Laura, and then at Willie and Maddie. "By the authority vested in me, and in the sight of God and these witnesses, I now pronounce you Edgar Percival Lowell and Laura Kendrick Stanton, husband and wife. And I pronounce you William Anthony Kendrick and Madeline Wycliffe, husband and wife." He closed the Bible gently. "Gentlemen, you may now kiss your brides." Edgar didn't hesitate, but gently cupped Laura's cheeks and kissed her. Willie slipped his hand around Maddie's waist, pulled her close, and kissed her soundly. It wasn't as long as their first kiss, but it held the same spark, the same rightness. When they parted, Willie grinned.
"Well done, cowboy,"
she whispered. "Just getting started, my little wildcat," he murmured back. "For the rest of our lives." Her face flushed. She turned with him to face their guests. "Now that's how you start a marriage," Frances declared, and winked at Maddie again. With their friends and family close, Maddie prayed they would have the rest of their lives together. Chapter 10. When Willie slipped out of the back door of Thimble Hollow early the next morning, the glacial air bit sharp in the gray dawn. Duke and Duchess padded at his side, tails wagging, noses to the ground. It had surprised him how hard it was to fall asleep to the noises Maddie made. At first, the room had been filled with the hush of them trying not to disturb the other. Finally, her breathing had slowed, and he could tell she had fallen asleep. Then the mumbling began. His new wife talked in her sleep, and she mentioned his name a lot. "Come on, pups." Willie tugged his coat tighter. "Get your business done before I freeze." Duchess hopped about in the fresh snow, skittering back and forth to chase bits of it she kicked up herself. This was the best time of day, when the world was just waking. The dogs finally finished their business, and Willie gave a soft whistle to call them back. Duke came right away, and Duchess finally obeyed, sliding the last few feet. "Good dogs." Willie had left his shaving gear in his old room and went there to clean up. He meant to grab some bread and coffee before the ladies woke, but by the time he was slipping on his boots, the smell of freshly brewed coffee greeted him, and better still, bacon. His stomach growled. Expecting to find his sister in the kitchen, he froze at the sight of Maddie at the stove, her hair pulled neatly back, an apron tied over a simple work dress. She turned to the sound of the opening door, and her face lit up.
"Good morning, husband. I was afraid I had missed you. Sit. Your breakfast is almost ready."
"I thought I would be up first today," he said as he poured himself a cup of coffee. "You don't have to cook my breakfast."
"Yes, I do."
She gave him a saucy grin.
"I am determined to be not only self-sufficient, but Willie sufficient."
He pulled her into his arms and kissed her. She gasped.
"Your nose is cold."
"I need you to warm it up," he teased, nuzzling her neck. Laughing, Maddie pushed him away.
Wash up. The aunties and Laura have already been teaching me, but I will practice on you.
Well, don't you just beat all, Willie grinned. Maddie gave him a happy smile and slid 3 eggs from the skillet onto a plate with several pieces of bacon.
Now, sit and tell me what I can do to make these to your taste.
She surprised him by deftly putting on an oven mitt and flipping the tin toaster. After examining the bread inside, she carried it over to a plate and dropped the toast. Duchess trotted straight to Maddie's feet, tail wagging. She laughed.
And here is my helper. I have your food coming, but this is for your master.
Though she slyly dropped a strip of bacon, and the pup snapped it up. Biting back a smile, Willie bowed his head and said a quick prayer of gratitude. "This looks mighty fine, wife," he said, using a term to match hers as he picked up his fork. "I hope you left some for yourself."
More than enough.
She sat across from him with her own plate.
I haven't cooked breakfast alone before, but I remember Laura showing me how to keep bacon from burning.
He took a bite and gave a happy sigh. Delicious. Maddie beamed. They shared the meal she had prepared as they talked about their plans for the day. He realized it was like the conversations his parents had shared before Pa's death. Willie felt like a grown man at last. After finishing the last bite, he rose reluctantly and carried his plate to the sink. "I have a list of repairs to do here today, so I'd best get that fence section done first so Laura can stop fretting about it."
"Leave the dishes,"
Maddie said. Willie looked down into those stunning blue eyes. "My nose is warm now." He bent to press his mouth to hers. Maddie grabbed his neckerchief and tugged him down to return his kiss with full measure. Willie wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her closer. When Maddie finally broke the kiss, she tilted her head to peer at him, an amused smile on her lips and her eyes bright.
"Much better. But you'll get behind with your chores if we keep this up."
Willie gave her a mock leer. "It might be worth it." She gave him a gentle push.
"Go on with you."
"Thank you for breakfast, wife," he said, grabbing his gear. The pups trotted along behind him as he left, and Willie knew he was grinning like a fool. Standing in the middle of the cozy kitchen, Maddie touched her still tingling lips. How different kissing felt now than it had been in England. They were no longer stolen or scandalous, but hers, theirs.
"Thank you, Lord, for bringing that dear man into my life,"
she whispered as she went to work cleaning up the breakfast mess. A while later, at the sound of footsteps, Maddie turned toward the hallway. Laura rushed into the kitchen, Rosie on her hip with Artie scampering along behind her. While obviously in a hurry, she practically glowed with happiness and contentment. "Morning, Auntie Maddie," Artie cried as he skipped over to hug her around the knees. "Mama said I can call you Auntie, even if you're not old. Did you know I have a daddy now? Mama says I can't call him Mr. Lawyer Man anymore, but that's okay since I like calling him Daddy. And he's a lucky man to have such a fine son as you." She tousled his hair. "Edgar has a meeting at the courthouse this morning, and I promised to send him off with a proper breakfast." Laura pulled out the griddle. Maddie glanced out the window where Willie was working on the fence near the back gate.
"Do you have this? Willie must be frozen through by now, and I would like to take him some hot coffee."
"I'm used to this." Laura gestured toward the rack of mugs. Bundled against the cold, Maddie carried a steaming cup across the yard. Willie straightened from the gate latch. "You are an answer to my prayers," he said, accepting the mug with a grateful smile.
"Laura will be glad this is fixed, though the children don't play outside now the weather has turned so bitter."
Maddie pulled her wool cap lower on her head. She's been after me to shore up this whole section before winter sets in proper. He tested a newly set post with his boot. All I have left now is to string new wire. Can't have Artie or Rosie slipping through, or coyotes getting too bold. He took a long drink, seeming to savor the warmth. Besides, I've been watching you, and I've noticed how when you see something needing done, you do it.
I didn't used to be that way, but I have found it surprisingly liberating.
Hoofbeats interrupted them. Herb Pulsifer pulled up short, his horse blowing hard. Kendrick, Mr. Hamblin needs you at the Lucky L right away. That old mare's foaling wrong, and he says you're the only one besides him who can handle her. Willie's jaw tightened. He glanced at the fence, wire still hanging loose, then at the tools scattered near his feet.
Go, Maddie said. I can finish this.
You? He didn't mean to be insulting, but he knew she'd never done this before.
I've been watching you every morning for weeks.
She took the mug from his hands and set it on the fence post.
I know how to string wire.
But it's tricky. You've got to
wrap it up 3 times around the post, twist it back on itself, and secure it with the pliers. You think I haven't been paying attention?
She tilted her head, lowering her voice.
To you? Let me assure you, my husband, that I have always watched you.
If they hadn't had company, Willie would have kissed her. He glanced between her and Pulsifer, torn at leaving unfinished work that could put the children at risk, and the real danger of Mr. Hamlin losing one of his favorite horses and what was likely her last foal.
Willie Kendrick, if you can deliver horses, I can certainly tie a little wire.
Maddie's voice held an edge he was coming to know, which meant she wouldn't be argued with.
Besides, if I make a mess of it, you can show me where I went wrong when you return.
He pulled off his gloves and pressed them into her hands. All right, my little Wildcat, but if you cut yourself on that wire...
Go save that mare,
she said, already putting on the 2 large gloves. Maddie studied the remaining fence posts with the same attention she'd once given to seating charts for her father's dinner parties. 4 posts, approximately 8 feet apart.
Right then.
She rolled up her coat sleeves and picked up the wire cutters and pliers. Her job was simple. String the wire between them and secure it properly. The wire proved more difficult than it looked. Her first wrap was too loose, the second too tight and kinked. On the 3rd post, she got the tension right, but forgot to twist the end back on itself. The wire promptly unraveled when she released it.
Blast!
She muttered, then glanced toward the house to make sure none of the children had heard. Duke appeared at her feet, watching with intelligent eyes as she wrestled the wire back into submission. Pride filled her that Willie hadn't taken the pups. It was a sign he trusted her not to undo his training. She was coming up in the world.
Could you perhaps hold this?
She asked him. He tilted his head.
No, I thought not.
By the time she reached the final post, her hands ached inside Willie's oversized gloves. Her back protested, and she'd discovered muscles she didn't know she possessed. But the wire was secure. Not beautiful like Willie's that had a neat precision hers lacked, but still solid. She tested each section, putting her weight against the wire the way she'd seen him do it. It held. Maddie stepped back, surveying her work with satisfaction. The fence line stood straight and true enough. More importantly, it would keep Artie and Rosie safe, keep the creatures of the night at bay. As she gathered the tools, a sense of peace filled her. She understood there were still so many things she needed to learn, but this practical work, done with her own hands, gave her a feeling of power she had never experienced before. Frances was correct. Maddie would defeat her father's machinations and make her own way in the world. Willie rode into the yard as the sun climbed toward noon, exhausted but satisfied. The mare had made it, and so had her foal, a leggy colt with his mother's dark eyes and his father's stubborn streak. Duke and Duchess bounded out to meet him, tails wagging, and Willie couldn't help but grin. He hoped they'd stayed out of trouble during his absence. Maddie had been on his mind the entire time he was gone. He'd worried about her standing in the cold, imagined her struggling with the fence, and the heat in her eyes when she'd said, "I've always watched you, my husband," with that saucy tilt of her head. But had she actually managed the thing, or had she given up and gone inside when the wire proved too tricky for her weaker hands? Willie's gaze went to the fence line. "Well, I'll be," he muttered, his heart full near to bursting. She had strung the wire, every section. It wasn't perfect, and he could see from here that the tension wasn't quite even. He dismounted and inspected her work, noting what must have been her first attempt. Each section improved until the final one was nearly perfect, with clean wraps, good tension, and twisted ends properly secured. Willie's chest puffed with pride in his Maddie. She had completed the job and had done it well enough it should last the whole winter. He chuckled. And her father thought he could beat her? Duke woofed softly, as if in agreement, Duchess echoing the sound. The kitchen door opened and Maddie stepped out, shivering in a shawl instead of her coat. Willie grabbed her in a fierce bear hug. She squealed until he silenced it with his mouth, and they were busy for a while. "Welcome back," she said breathlessly when he finally released her. "How's the mare?" he explained as he turned them to face the fence, then gestured at her work. "Is it acceptable?" Maddie looked up at him, uncertain. "I know it's not as neat as you would have done it." "It was also your first time, my little Wildcat. You did good work, real good work." He lifted his hands to examine them. They were red and roughened, with the beginning of a blister on one. He softly kissed each palm. "Come on." He took her hand gently, tucking her arm through his as they walked toward the house. "Let's get some salve on those. Have to take care of my wife's hands."
"Willie,"
she shot him a woeful glance,
"I made rather a lot of mistakes."
"Are you familiar with the Amish?" he asked as he opened the back porch door.
"Are they not a religious sect who are committed to plain dress and manner of living?"
Maddie stepped inside. "Why do you ask?" Willie led her to his old bedroom, where he still kept some of his work supplies. He helped her sit in the room's single chair. "When I was about 12, a tinker came through Lodi selling goods," he said, fetching the tin of salve from a shelf and sitting on the bed. He shared a lot of stories about his travels across the country. Willie began spreading the salve on Maddie's hands. "One story that stuck with me was how the Amish quilters deliberately put one mistake in every quilt they make."
"On purpose?"
Maddie frowned.
"But why?"
"To remind themselves that only God is perfect." Willie worked in the salve. "Seems like they believe trying to make something perfect is a kind of pride. They leave perfection to the Lord." Looking thoughtful, Maddie sat silent until he rubbed a tad too close to her blister. She winced. "Sorry," he said, and lightly kissed it. Smiling, she asked,
"So you are telling me that in spite of the imperfections of my fence work today, I have nothing to be ashamed of?"
"Just that." Willie shrugged. "I don't believe we should ever be embarrassed by honest work."
"I rather like that philosophy."
she mused. "And I rather like you." He kissed her reddened knuckles. "Now, I'm starving." Chapter 11. After breakfast a few days later, Willie led Maddie to the back porch where Duke and Duchess waited, tails wagging in anticipation. "I want to show you something," he said, crouching to rub Duke's ears. "This pup here has a natural nose for tracking, and I've been working on refining it."
"Tracking?"
Maddie tilted her head, curious. "Finding things, or people." Willie pointed at the lace-edged handkerchief she had tucked up her sleeve. "May I use this?"
"Of course."
He held it down for Duke to sniff thoroughly. The pup's nose worked over every inch of fabric, his tail wagging. "Good boy. Now, Maddie, I want you to go hide somewhere on the property. Barn, chicken coop, behind the woodshed, it doesn't matter. Just make sure Duke can't see where you go." Her eyes lit with understanding.
"You're going to have him find me?"
"That's the idea. I'll keep them busy in here. I'll give you 5 minutes to get settled before I send Duke searching for you." She laughed, already buttoning her coat.
"This should be interesting."
Inside, Willie had the pups work on simple commands until the time had passed. Then he took them just outside the house, crouched by Duke, and let him smell the handkerchief. "Find Maddie," he said quietly. Duke's whole body went alert. His nose dropped to the ground, working in quick snuffles as he quartered back and forth. Then he caught the scent trail and took off, nose down, tail up. Willie followed at a distance, not interfering. Duke moved with purpose past the chicken coop, circled the woodshed, then headed toward the small root cellar behind the house. He scratched at the door and barked once. "Good boy," Willie called. "Maddie, he's got you." The door opened and Maddie emerged, laughing.
"That was remarkable. I was certain he would check the barn first."
"He follows his nose, not his eyes." Willie praised Duke lavishly and gave him a piece of jerky. "That's what makes him valuable. He doesn't guess. He knows." Maddie knelt to pet the pup, who wiggled with pride.
"Could he find a lost child this way? Or someone in trouble?"
"That's exactly what I'm training him for. Though he's a youth now in dog years, he's got the talent and the drive, but not quite the stamina yet for a long track." Willie scratched Duke's ears. "Another few months, and he'll be able to work for miles."
"He's already wonderful,"
Maddie said warmly. Then her expression turned thoughtful.
"Willie, what you're building here with these dogs is truly special. I hope you know that."
He met her gaze, his chest tight with emotion. "I know it now, especially with you beside me." She rose and kissed him softly. Duke barked, making them both laugh. "All right, boy." Willie gave her a quick peck. "Shall we run it again, Maddie? One more round?"
"Of course."
She waited until he had taken the pups inside once more before moving. Duke found her in the hayloft in under 2 minutes. Willie pulled her into his arms and gave her a thorough kiss this time. "And now we both have work to do." Maddie gave a sigh worthy of a martyr.
"I cannot wait until we can take our wedding trip, and I have you all to myself for days and days."
"Me either, my little wildcat." Willie heaved another pitchfork of hay off the sledge into the white expanse of the winter pasture. The cattle surged forward, bawling low as they nosed through the drift to the fresh feed. Duke loped ahead, his paws punching neat holes in the crusted snow as he tested the herd's edge. When Willie put 2 fingers to his lips and gave a sharp whistle, the pup wheeled instantly and trotted back to heel, eyes bright and alert. His black ears stood sharp against the snow. His thoughts drifted to the past few days. He was discovering there was so much more to his new wife than he had ever dreamed. His lips tingled, remembering the kisses they'd shared. With those, her soft laugh, and the scent of her hair, he might stay warm through the winter after all. "Hey there, Mr. Newlywed," Herb Pulsifer called, joining him alongside the sledge. The man's eyes gleamed with amusement. "Don't swing that fork too hard. You'll want to be saving up energy for your new domestic duties." He would know, since he'd gotten himself a mail-order bride last summer. Willie grunted, but he couldn't help smiling at the recollection of Maddie grabbing his neckerchief. She did it a lot. He stabbed the pitchfork into the stack and said, "More hay, less jaw," though with a touch of humor. Duke sat a few feet off, watching the cattle with a low whine, quivering to work again. "Is that a blush I see?" Another hand drawled. "Newly married men have a hard time focusing on work." Several of the older men chuckled, but carried on to the rhythm of pitch, toss, stomp, repeat. Dill remained silent, a smart decision. When Nick had noticed the man's bruised jaw, all Willie had to do was softly say Maddie's name, and Nick sent Dill such a glare the man had gone pale. Willie forked another load, then gave a low whistle followed by a hand signal. Duke shot off the snowbank like a black arrow, circling wide and crouching low as he angled toward the herd. When a cow lagged behind, Duke eased up on her shoulder, nudging her forward with silent pressure. His tail stayed level, his body a taut line of instinct and training. Several men stopped to watch. "Good dog," Willie called, his voice carrying over the cold air. "Well, look at that pup go," Buck said approvingly. "Even so young. That boy's worth his feed." "His name's Duke." Willie nodded, pleased, and tossed more hay. "I worked with a dog trainer in San Francisco, and he really knew his stuff. It helps if you have a smart dog to begin with." Buck turned to watch Willie, his gaze curious. "I've heard you're good with dogs, but you have experience with training them?" "Yep. Mr. Hamblin was just talking to McDaniel about the need for more dogs now the herd is so large." Buck rubbed his chin. "The men understand cattle. They know where to ride to apply pressure, how to open and close gaps, and how to read the flow of the herd. But even if we buy trained dogs, the men will still need to know how to work with them." "It's rarely instinct." Willie kept his eye on Duke as he gave another low trill with a whistle. The pup froze, then dropped to his belly, eyes never leaving the animal he'd just turned. The cow gave a half-hearted kick of its hind foot, but thought better of it. "Smart and steady," Buck said after a beat. "Too many outfits are still wrangling by horseback alone. I agree with Mr. Hamblin that we would save ourselves plenty of riding if we had more dogs to move stock." Willie tossed some hay. "Back in San Francisco, the fellow I worked with taught the handlers as much as the dogs. It wouldn't be hard to do the same here. The men could learn alongside the pups." Herb looked interested. "A school for dogs? That's new." "Not so new," Willie said easily. "The Scots and Aussies have been using herding dogs for decades. I figure a small crew of trained dogs could handle fence checks, strays, and even keep the bulls from tangling come spring." "I'll mention this to McDaniel." Buck nodded slowly. "Since you're living with the aunties, you have easy access and should talk with Mr. Hamblin and Mr. Reynolds." "No need. Mr. Reynolds has already suggested I think about starting a school of some kind. I'm considering it." Willie scanned the drifting herd as a sense of purpose filled him. A school, even a small one, would be the start of owning something. For him to provide for Maddie the way she deserved, he needed something more than his cowhand wages, something to offer her when her father came with his threats and his power. And, more than anything, Willie wanted to be worthy of the woman who had become his wife. He gave a sharp double whistle. "That'll do." Duke bounded to his side, snow flying up from his paws. "Good boy." Willie crouched to rub his ears and slipped him a small piece of jerky. He stood again, still worried about the pending confrontation with his brother-in-law. Willie prayed he would be enough to protect Maddie from a duke's wrath, and that of his lapdog of a son. Maddie paused just inside the doorway to the hotel's meeting room. The heady smell of pine and cinnamon came from the fresh boughs draped over the mantels and bowls of potpourri arranged on the side table. Last December, she had been at Wycliffe Hall, dressed in velvet and pearls as she poured tea for her father's shooting guests. Today, she wore a split skirt, no corset, and had done her own hair. She would tie bows for raffle baskets, paint signs, or work on any other task assigned to her, surrounded by people she cared for. And it was lovely. The hall buzzed with activity as the members of the Ladies' Improvement Society bent over banners, men helped with carpentry or hauling boxes, and children darted between tables carrying notes and spools of thread. Judith Hamblin, glowing now with her increasing middle, directed those around her with confidence and calm authority. Mary Teague stood nearby, discussing something with her. Judith glanced up and her gaze met Maddie's. She smiled and waved her over. "You are just in time," Judith called. "Mary tells me you have a fine hand in calligraphy." Maddie removed her gloves as she joined them.
"I have a great deal of practice with it, yes. I helped my mother with place cards, invitations, and such. After she passed, the responsibility fell solely on me."
"Oh, my dear, we need you to do much more than that, especially for the program of the day's events. Mr. Harkins has agreed to print them for us. Then we need labels for the raffle items, signs for the shooting and roping contests, and programs for the children's nativity. Last year, Doris did all the handwriting herself, and, with Ida leading the children, we're already stretched." Judith smiled, looking hopeful. "I know this is asking a great deal, especially since you have only been married a few days."
"Oh, we will not take our wedding trip until the spring,"
Maddie assured her. "It's a blessing to have someone who can make our signs look proper." Mary Teague sighed. "Half the cowhands write as if a horse had stepped on the pen." Maddie nearly burst out laughing at the image, only stopping herself by covering her mouth. It might be true of many cowboys, but she had seen Willie's penmanship when he signed their marriage license, and again the minister's ledger. Her husband had a lovely hand himself.
"I would be happy to assist."
She slid into a chair at the table. Sheets of thick cream paper sat beside small jars of ink, and she was pleased to see a selection of dip pens with metal nibs. For the raffle cards and signs, she could work with the smooth cream paper, steel nibs, and blue-black ink provided. But for the printed program, she would use the dense black India ink and a stack of heavier Bristol board. Maddie studied the list of cards needed. The copperplate script she had used for her father's Christmas ball last year would be much too fussy for events such as shooting or roping. She selected the ruler and compass and sketched out strong Roman capital letters, similar to the ones she used for estate inventories. "Oh," Mary said, sounding a little disappointed. "I was hoping for something with more flourishes."
"For some events, certainly," Maddie replied, untroubled. "But I fear the cowhands might be put off if it is too—" She wasn't sure of the correct word.
"You have good instincts. Even some women are put off by too much femininity." Judith's words carried a tone of amusement as she glanced across the room where Frances stood near the door, wearing her deputy badge and a six-shooter on her hip. "We hope to show the men they have more talents to offer than simply roping and branding. As you see over there, Mr. McDaniel is hanging his watercolors. He is truly gifted, and you must hear Mr. Pulsifer when he recites one of his poems." Maddie paused her pen and glanced at the far wall where the Lucky L's foreman positioned a mountain watercolor on an easel. She agreed with Judith, though few, if any, of Maddie's acquaintances back home would have. They would see only a common laborer overstepping his station rather than a man sharing his God-given talent. Thinking of her own arrival and of how haughtily she had treated the man who was now her husband, Maddie felt a little queasy. How could any of them have known that Judith's own wedding would lead to Maddie's father sending her unhappy self here? And yet, never in her life had she been as happy as she was living amongst these common people. She met Judith's gaze, asking softly,
"Was it difficult for you?"
Judith didn't pretend to misunderstand. With a sigh, she sank into a chair across the table. "Yes, it was." She sent Mary an apologetic glance and admitted, "I was not a nice person when I first arrived." "Now, don't go talking like that," Mary said, taking the seat beside her. "You were hurting, and justifiably so. Have you noticed," her expression turned thoughtful, "how Lilac City seems to draw people who are in pain?" Judith smiled softly. "Yes, I have." She turned her attention to Maddie. "Like our new bride here. You must have been terribly unhappy in England." Maddie paused, the pen held above the half-formed letter.
"Miserably so, but especially since my mother passed away. I believe I might have always been, though it is only recently I've come to see it."
"I don't understand," Mary said. Judith arched a brow. What else but unhappiness would drive a duke's daughter, who appears to have everything she could want, to misbehave so thoroughly that her father would exile her here? "Ah, yes," Mary grinned, clearly pleased. "And now she's found happiness with Willie. It's like a topsy-turvy Cinderella tale where the princess lays aside her finery for a cowhand's heart." She sighed. Maddie blinked furiously. Even after only knowing him a few months, Willie had already shown himself a better man than her father, or any of the suitors who had competed for her hand in England. Her simple cowboy had proved himself to be a gallant knight instead. And she loved him, truly loved him. The depth of her regard settled over her like a warm blanket, bringing both comfort and fear. The thread of worry that had shadowed her since their wedding widened. They had barely found in each other a love to last a lifetime. What if her father succeeded? He could be a vengeful man. What if he used his money and influence to destroy Willie? The thought of losing him, of seeing him punished for marrying her, sent a stab of pain through her heart. Tears welled again, and no blinking would stop them this time. Maddie dropped the pen and reached for her handkerchief. "What is it?" Judith asked, now concerned. And the truth came out. When she finished, Maddie wiped her eyes and declared vehemently,
"And I refuse to give up Willie."
"What's this about giving up Willie?" Edith Rasmussen asked, sliding in beside her. Maddie flushed, worried now she had said too much. Mary explained the problem. "But you're of age to sign for yourself in Wyoming," Edith said firmly. "Your marriage is legal here." "Let him try to challenge it," Frances said, having joined them. "He'd have to prove the marriage was invalid, and it's not."
"But could father claim coercion or fraud?" Maddie twisted the handkerchief in her hands. "Too often, when thwarted, he was more money than sense, and lawyers will do whatever he demands. It is my brother who will arrive to collect me, and he is much like our father. Ambrose always sides with father, and is happy to bully me to do whatever they wish."
"Well, won't he be surprised you already have a husband you actually love, then? Stop worrying." Frances pointed at the cards and winked. "With all the printing you need to do, hadn't you best get back to work?" "We won't allow anyone to take you from Willie," Mary declared. "And I'll bet he would have something to say about any attempt, too," Frances added with a sly grin. Chapter 12. When Maddie stepped into the barn, the smell of hay, warm animals, and clean wood shavings brought a smile to her lips. A lantern swung gently from a hook, casting a soft amber glow over the stalls. She had come to love being in there while Willie worked with Duke and Duchess after supper. At the sound of her entrance, Willie glanced back at her with a grin and said to the pup, "Good boy." He flicked his fingers toward the stray leather glove he had dropped earlier. "Duke, fetch." Duke bounded off and collected the glove while Duchess strained on her lead, whining to join in. "Not yet, girl," Willie said. "Your turn is coming." Duke trotted to Maddie, where he dropped the glove at her feet. Laughing softly, Maddie ran her hand over his head and scratched his ears. He rested his head against her leg, his tail thumping on the straw. "Not exactly what I meant," Willie chuckled. "He's showing favoritism."
"He has grown so much already," she said. "I have never seen a dog follow commands so well, though I never went on the hunt as some ladies do, so I was likely never around any that were trained. The dogs I'm most familiar with are pets and have no semblance of manners."
"Which is unfortunate." Willie gave Duke a small piece of jerky. "Dogs that folks let into their homes must be taught to behave, or it will never work."
"But only if their owners know what they're about and are disciplined themselves." Maddie shook her head. "Most in my social circle back home lacked both."
"Here is your home now," Willie said, giving her a look that made her feel like he had embraced her. Then he gave Duke a small hand signal, and the dog sat, ears pricked. "I firmly believe, Willie Kendrick, that you could train anyone to do anything with that look." He straightened and leaned one shoulder against a stall post. "Not anyone." The corner of his mouth twitched. "You, my little Wildcat, are impossible to train."
"Oh?"
She stepped closer, her pulse doing a wild dance. "I seem to recall you being quite pleased with my progress so far." Willie's gaze dropped to her mouth. Then he reached for her hand and pulled her close. "Every day with you is a blessing." Maddie swallowed, reaching up to cup his cheek, still surprised at the faint scruff, since he shaved every morning. Under the warmth of his skin, her palm tingled. Willie had a steadiness she had never expected in a husband. It made her chest ache with love for him and gratitude that he was hers. Neither moved, yet the heat between them grew. She had spent her life surrounded by people who only saw her for what she could give them: status, dowry, influence. Her governess used to quote Cicero, claiming the eyes were the window to the soul. Her heart fluttering, Maddie believed it. Willie wanted her, the woman. She felt chosen. Maddie slid her hand around his neck and pulled him closer as she lifted on her toes. His lips met hers, warm and tender at first. Then his arms came around her waist, pulling her close. As the kiss grew more intense, she threaded her fingers through his hair, warmth spreading through her, alongside something deeper: safety, love, the bone-deep certainty that she was exactly where she belonged. She sighed against his mouth. He rested his forehead against hers. "I love you, my little wildcat." Maddie kissed the corner of his mouth.
"You know you are my heart, don't you?"
She kissed the other corner.
"I never knew I could fall so madly in love with someone."
Willie held her closer, and they melted together again. When they finally parted, he said huskily, "I suppose we should get back to work." Maddie laughed and stepped back. She pulled from her pocket a folded sheet of notes she had jotted down that afternoon while riding back from a defense lesson with Mr. Ito.
"You mentioned a training school, and I made a list of a few ideas I have."
She tapped the paper.
"You will want to consider prices, both for the dogs and the handlers. You could even hold a demonstration with Duke at the Christmas fair."
"You did this for me?" Looking touched at her gesture, Willie brushed aside a strand of hair that had come loose during their kisses.
"Of course. I want to help you, be your partner."
Maddie's feelings made her voice catch. Willie surprised her by pulling her into a fierce hug. Maddie rested her head against his chest, pleased at his response. Perhaps he, too, needed someone to see the potential in him, who was not related to him. They held each other for a few delicious moments, the only sound from the horses shifting and the pups playing. "Thank you." He stepped back. It was much colder outside his embrace, and Maddie shivered. Willie took her hand and pulled her to a bench near the potbelly stove he used while working on the harnesses or maintaining his tools. "It's warmer here." She perched on a bale, and Duke came over to sit nearby. When Duchess whined, Willie released her from her lead, and she bounded over to sprawl at Maddie's feet. "She likes you," he remarked. Maddie scratched the pup's ears.
"And I don't believe she's a monster anymore."
Willie settled on the bale beside her and took her hand again, interlacing their fingers. He brought them to his lips to kiss her knuckles. "Something's troubling you," he said quietly. "I can see it in your eyes." Maddie pinched her lips. She didn't want to speak of her fears, not when everything felt so perfect.
"I'm just worried about when Ambrose arrives."
"He won't take you back with him." Willie's expression turned fierce. "I won't let him."
"Promise?"
she whispered. He pulled her onto his lap. "I promise. You're mine, Maddie Kendrick, and I protect what's mine." Then he pressed his lips to hers again, this time slow and lovely, gentle and tender. When they broke apart, Maddie looked up at him.
"Do you ever tire of kissing me?"
she whispered. "Never, and I never will." His arms tightened around her. "We're going to face your brother together, and we will win. You understand?"
"Yes,"
she said softly, allowing herself to believe him. Her cheeks warm, Maddie slid from his lap and brushed off her skirts.
"Now, I promised to read to the aunties before retiring, but you are welcome to join us."
"Not tonight." He picked up her notes. "I want to read your ideas, but I won't be long, wife."
"Good, my husband."
She turned to leave. From behind her, Willie gave a soft whistle. "Stop her, Duke." The young dog sprang into action and caught the hem of her skirt between his teeth. He didn't pull her back, but held the fabric so she couldn't leave.
"You little traitor,"
Maddie said, half laughing and half indignant. She faced Willie, her hands on her hips.
"Release me, good sir."
Willie had risen to his feet and in 2 long strides stood before her. He shook his head. "You have to pay the toll first." She slid into his arms. My, but how she loved this. This must be true happiness.
"Please, Lord, let me keep him and this life we're making together."
Grinning, her husband released her and said to Duke, "That'll do." The pup immediately dropped her skirt and trotted to the stove where he plopped onto the floor, his tail wagging at his success. With the scent of hay and leather clinging to Maddie, she stepped into the snowy night. For once, she appreciated the cold, since it grounded her firmly in this life she prayed she could keep. The echo of iron wheels and the painful grip of a man's hand on her arm woke Maddie with a start. Her heart hammered, and she hoped she hadn't cried out. The bedroom seemed to close in on her, the darkness broken only by the glow of the banked coals of the fireplace and the whistle of wind outside the window. Beside her, Willie stirred. His arm tightened around her waist. "Another nightmare?"
"I'm sorry I woke you,"
she whispered. "Don't be." He shifted, propping himself up on one elbow so he could see her face in the dim light. "Was it the same one?" Maddie nodded, not wishing to speak of it. Not even with the joint locks she had learned from Mr. Ito with Francis could she free herself from these nightmare captors. Each time she woke with the same sense of inevitability. It lingered, leaving her feeling helpless. Willie's warm hand brushed across her cheek. The roughness of his touch both soothed her fears and strengthened her resolve. "Ma always told me it's better to share our burdens," he said softly. "Talk to me, Maddie." She trusted him completely, so she told him about the nightmares. When she finished, she was crying. Willie pulled her closer against his chest, and she curled there, her head nestled against him. "Listen to me," he said, his voice low and fierce. "That's not going to happen. I know these dreams frighten you, but you must believe your brother will not be permitted to steal you away. You have me, you have Laura, and Edgar, and the aunties. You have this whole town behind you."
"But what if—"
"No." He tilted her chin up, so she had to look at him. "I understand you're scared. It's like when a fence post is left alone too long and rots at the base. It looks solid on top, but the damage is happening where you can't see it. These letters are rotting your peace of mind, and that's your father's goal." He pressed his lips to her temple. "But now you have me standing with you. Your brother doesn't have a chance against my wildcat of a wife." Despite her tears, Maddie smiled.
"You truly believe that?"
"I know it." He brushed away one of her tears. "And when Ambrose gets here, we're going to show him exactly what kind of woman you've become. Not a scared girl he can bully, but a woman who knows her own mind and has a husband who will move heaven and earth to protect her. Under her hand, his heart beat steady and strong. They had been married for over a week now, and every day her love for him grew deeper. "My heart," she whispered. "My Wildcat." He traced the line of her face from her brow to the corner of her mouth. "Pray with me?"
"Yes."
"Lord, please give us the strength to face what's coming, and help Maddie see herself the way you see her, the way I do, as the strongest, bravest woman I've ever known. And we both know that's saying a lot, considering Ma and Laura. We give our lives and wills over to you. In the name of Jesus Christ, Amen."
"Amen,"
she whispered. As she drifted back to sleep, with Willie snuggled against her back, Maddie's last thought was that with him at her side, she might actually become that strong woman he saw in her. Chapter 13. Maddie couldn't stop grinning, and her feet wanted to dance along the boardwalk to the Mercantile. Never in her life had she been so gloriously happy. Laura kept glancing at her, amused. After the aunties took the children on to the Hearth and Brew to see their grandparents, Laura pulled Maddie aside. "I'm glad you're so enthusiastic about your marriage," Laura said softly. "It distracts people from asking about mine." Concern and even a little anger chased Maddie's delight away.
"Are you unhappy with Edgar? I will have Willie—"
"No, no!" Laughing, Laura hugged her. "You really are the Wildcat my brother keeps calling you. I loathe talking about myself, especially my marriage. And with you so joyful, people forget about me."
"I don't understand, but if you like it, I'm pleased to help."
Maddie sighed.
"I never dreamed life could be so wonderful."
"Well, you haven't died and gone to heaven yet. You two will go through rough patches, sometimes tragic ones." A flash of sadness crossed Laura's face. "But with the Lord supporting the two of you, your love will give you a firm foundation." Maddie was struck by how much Laura had lost and whispered,
"I'm happy you found Edgar."
"I am too." Laura's face took on the radiant glow Maddie saw in her own mirror every morning, and she gave her a quick hug.
"And I'm grateful to have you as my sister. I have only brothers, you know."
Maddie put her arm through Laura's, and they entered the Mercantile. "Did you notice?" Mary Teague called from the counter. "Those lovely signs you created are in all the storefront windows." "I'm mighty impressed, Mrs. Kendrick," Ralph Jackson, the town's only woodworker, said. "Your charming signs are putting folks in a festive spirit for the Christmas fair. I've never seen the town look so jolly."
"Why, thank you." Maddie's cheeks warmed at the compliment. "I am happy it pleases you."
"Maybe you don't need to sell your fine dresses," Laura whispered once he left the store. "You could set up a business and charge for your letters. I've already heard people asking if you would take orders."
"That would be lovely. I would no longer be beholden to others."
Maddie glanced at Laura, embarrassed.
"Except for dear Willie, of course. Any money I earned could be used to help with his dog training yard."
A warm ripple of satisfaction flowed through Maddie. The idea she could do work she enjoyed, that made people smile, and also earned a small income, was quite satisfying. "He mentioned it last night at supper." Laura nodded. "I'm glad he's decided to pursue it." The bell over the Mercantile door jangled, and the 3 Lancaster sisters stepped in, each with a child.
"Tommy, how are you doing?"
Maddie asked the young boy holding Frances's hand.
The aunties are in there with Artie and Rose, if it's all right for you to join them, Laura suggested. May I? He asked Frances.
Of course. She straightened his wool cap. You know how to mind your manners. Tommy threw his arms around her legs in a fierce hug before dashing into the hearth and brew. Frances smiled after him, a shine in her eyes. When she turned and found everyone watching her, she shrugged. Nick and I are keeping him. Edgar's drawing up the legal papers, so it's all proper. Frances glanced through the door of the coffee house, where the little boy was already devouring a muffin. She gave a very motherly chuckle. You ought to see him on a horse. He's already turned into Nick's little shadow. When Maddie had first met the female deputy, she would never have imagined that bringing a little boy into her home could soften Frances so much. Yet the warmth hadn't dulled her steel. She still carried the same quiet authority whenever she pinned on her badge.
Maddie, have you ever considered teaching classes on calligraphy? Doris asked. When I brought home one of your cards, Marshall said he would like me to make some signs for the Circle B, especially name cards for the guest rooms and the dining room. At Cheltenham Academy, they made us copy the Psalms in ornamental script. I loved it so much I never stopped practicing, Maddie said. I saw the painting in your husband's office. You are a gifted artist.
You should see the miniatures she paints, Mary added, joining them. Doris flushed prettily and busied herself with straightening her son's blanket.
I would be happy to teach you calligraphy.
Maddie placed an understanding hand on the young mother's shoulder.
Perhaps when your life settles down a little, you might show me how you paint miniatures.
Maddie, the border you drew on the sign in the window here would make a fine quilt block, Maud said, fingering a bolt of fabric as she bounced her son on her hip. Yes, indeed. Mrs. Knox stepped to the window to examine the card. Mr. Harkins could print some up as a pattern. He will charge for them, Mary warned. Of course he will, since it will cost him money and time to do so, Laura said. Make sure he pays you for the originals. Maddie merely blinked as the suggestions came at her. Her neat lines and flourishes on a quilt? And be paid for it?
I heard Doris Breckenridge ask about you offering classes at the school, Ida Cogburn said from near the door. I would love to learn how, so I may teach it to the children. Also, my fiancé said he would make tools for you.
Her gaze lifted as though reciting a memorized list. Things like pen holders and metal stencils, even custom nibs. A crease of worry crossed Ida's face. We're not trying to drum up business for him. It was only important to him to foster gifts like yours. And without another word, she turned and hurriedly left the mercantile. Charles told me that Lonzo, her fiancé, is stepping out on his own since the blacksmith won't let him take commissions for ornamental pieces. I've already hired him to make a mobile, like he did for Wally. Maud nodded toward Doris's son. Judith will be glad to hear it, Laura smiled at Maddie. Are you feeling a little overwhelmed? Gratitude tightened Maddie's throat, and she could only nod. If you're thinking of opening a calligraphy shop, you will want to purchase a book to keep a list of prospects. Laura gave her a quick hug. Don't worry about it today. I'll remind you when we return to the house. Maddie had not been raised with physical affection, save from her mother, and that only in private, so it was not something she was used to. She was finding that she liked it very much. The door opened, and Doris's husband stepped inside.
Oh, Marshall, I haven't even begun my shopping, she said.
Have no fear, my love. The morning coach brought in the newspapers from back east. I thought I would enjoy a cup of Abe's brew while catching up a bit. Give me Wally so your hands are free."
"You only say that because you know your mother will take him."
She handed him the sleeping baby. "Of course I will," Auntie B agreed from the hearth and brew. "And I will take little CJ," Auntie L called from beside her. Maddie didn't hear the rest because she had noticed a headline.
"Mr. Breckenridge, would you mind if I look at that one?"
She pointed to the newspaper hanging out from the bottom of his small stack. He glanced at it, and his eyes widened. Duke's heir traveling to Wyoming. The words blurred for a moment before Maddie blinked them clear, and she pressed a hand to her chest. "Are you all right?" Laura asked, taking her arm. "It's not as though you didn't know he was coming."
"Yes, but his travel plans are never published in the press."
She lowered her voice.
"I'm sure you are aware of all the anarchist attacks on nobles in Europe. Too many people now see a titled man as a target."
"Do you believe your brother is in danger?" Mr. Breckenridge asked.
"Your own President McKinley was assassinated by an anarchist a few years ago."
Her voice tightened. She and Ambrose were often at odds, but he was her brother. The bell clanged again. This time she recognized the cadence of the steps, not needing to turn to know it was Willie. She faced him anyway, and the love in his eyes broke through the chill of her worry. "Morning, folks," he said, though he had eyes only for Maddie. "Mrs. Teague, we've run out of harness oil, and Mr. Reynolds sent me in to fetch a few tins. This cold is drying the leather something fierce." "Of course." Mary stepped to the counter. Willie must have sensed something was wrong because he was at Maddie's side in a flash. "What is it?" She held up the newspaper so he could read the headline.
"It might be nothing."
"His lordship has been in a lot of the issues over the last couple of weeks," Mr. Breckenridge said, returning from handing the baby to Auntie B. "When was the paper published?" Willie asked. The bell over the mercantile door jangled again. Instead of another customer, the young telegraph runner from the depot stumbled inside, cheeks ruddy from the cold. He clutched a folded telegram in one mittened hand. "I thought I saw Mrs. Kendrick come in here," he said, scanning the shop. Maddie stepped forward.
"I am here."
"This just came over the wire from Graybull." He thrust a paper toward her. "Marked urgent." The conversations that had softened at the young man's arrival fell silent. Maddie's brother wasn't due for 3 more days. Was this to confirm his arrival, then? She wiped her damp palms on her skirt and opened the sheet. "Lady Wycliffe, stop. His lordship arrives Lilac City noon today. Stop. Instructed to meet train ready to return. Stop. Keating." A stab of fear struck her heart. Noon. She glanced at the clock hanging above the mercantile counter. It was too soon. They only had 10 minutes before he arrived. "Well, that's pretty gutsy to give you such short notice," Willie said over her shoulder. "Your brother?" Laura asked.
"Yes, he is arriving on the noon train."
Maddie's voice came out thin.
"And he expects me to meet him, prepared to return with him."
"Well, my Wildcat," Willie said with a grim smile, "it looks like your brother's about to meet your new husband."
"Technically, I will be introducing you to him."
"Well, I guess we might as well get this done." Willie crooked his elbow for her to take and bent closer, though he spoke loudly enough for everyone to hear. "I won't give you up." Maddie rewarded him with a fierce kiss.
"And neither will I you."
Their words seemed to bring everyone at the mercantile to life. Suddenly, the townsfolk were bundling their scarves and pulling on gloves. The aunties had come through the coffeehouse door and handed off the babies to their parents. "We will be there right beside you," Auntie B declared. "Indeed we will," Auntie L said, slipping her hands into her gloves. "The station master will have a full house for this arrival," Laura grinned. "Don't you think everyone in town would like to meet this grand visitor?" "Oh, yes," Mary Teague said, waving to her husband. "We'll spread the word. So many people came for Judith's Earl relation last spring. Isn't a duke even higher?"
"My brother is merely the heir, but a duke outranks an earl, so yes."
Maddie appreciated her friend's attempts to distract her from the upcoming confrontation. Frances opened the door, bringing in a gust of wind and a dusting of snow. "Did I hear right? Your brother is arriving on the noon train?"
"Yes,"
Maddie said, not surprised that word of her brother's arrival was already spreading. "We fought 2 wars with the English to make our point about their bossiness. So I've been waiting to meet Lord High and Mighty to remind him of that." Frances rubbed her hands together, a gleeful gleam in her eyes as she met Maddie's gaze. "I told you we would stand by you," Willie said, his words tender. Maddie tightened her grip on his arm, her heart thudding.
"Let us go to meet my brother, then,"
she said, her voice steadier than she felt. Together they stepped from the mercantile, and the knot of townsfolk followed them, growing as they walked down the boardwalk, boots clattering on the planks. Smoke drifted from the depot's chimney, and knots coiled in Maddie's stomach as the whistle of the approaching train echoed down the valley. Willie stood tall while they waited on the platform as the train approached, taking care not to shift his weight from one boot to the other, like he wanted to. He shot a sideways glance at Frances, whose eyes were also fixed on the track. "I thought you might want your dogs with you," Lonzo said, handing the leads to Willie. "With everyone heading this way, I was afraid he might hurt himself getting to you." "Thank you." Willie picked up Duchess. Maddie reached over to rub the pup's ears, a slight tremor in her hand. Someone bumped into Willie's back, and he glanced over his shoulder with a frown. "Sorry," Buck said. "I got sent to pick up Mrs. Hamblin's orange crates for the Christmas fair garlands. Didn't expect to be here when a real English lord showed up." Then he seemed to notice who was standing beside Willie, and the older man's neck darkened. "Beg pardon, ma'am." Looking relieved at the distraction, Maddie gave him one of her soft, gracious smiles.
"I'm looking forward to helping with the oranges. In England, we make pomanders with them. It's where you press cloves into the oranges. I've always loved it when citrus and spice perfume the house."
"Here it is. Duke, stay," Willie said, anticipating the usual confusion when a train arrived, but worse this time with the platform so crowded. Maddie went pale, and he put his arm around her. They knew they would face this moment, but had been counting on a little more time. As the train slowed, people surged toward the platform edge, hats lifted. The station master hustled down the boardwalk, calling for folks to stand back. The engineer blew the whistle twice and eased the brakes. Iron wheels screeched, steam hissed, and the engine rolled past the depot until the coaches lined up with the platform. Willie craned his neck for a glimpse of the private Pullman car. But the coupler at the end swung empty. Chapter 14. Willie stared for a moment, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. The end of the train stayed bare, the coupler swinging like a loose hinge where the private car should have been. Around him, The expectant hush of the crowd broke into puzzled murmurs. "Where are the markers?" the station master murmured. Passengers were already stepping from the train, asking where the hotel was, adding to the confusion. "Where's the fancy Pullman?" Buck asked. Maddie's hand clenched Willie's arm so hard it hurt, and Duchess squirmed to get down. "Stand back, all of you." The station master hustled toward the last coach, waving his arms. "Let the crew off." The conductor dropped from the steps of the last coach, his face white. "I don't understand. The car was hitched when we left Graybull. We even had to wait for that secretary fella to finish at the telegram office." He met the station master's gaze. "I swear it was attached and secure. I checked the couplings myself."
"One cannot lose an entire train car by accident."
Maddie stood taller, her fingers still on Willie's arm. Sheriff Cogburn stepped forward. "Now, folks, we need you to step back and let us figure out what happened." "I can tell you what happened," Willie said grimly, scanning the tracks where the train had come from. "Somebody uncoupled that car between Graybull and here." "That's what I'm afraid of," the sheriff muttered, then raised his voice over the clamor from the gathered townfolk and passengers. "Clear the platform." They shuffled back, some wide-eyed, others excited at the fresh development. All Willie knew was that it didn't bode well for Maddie's brother. Willie caught Sheriff Cogburn's attention, tilting his head toward the dark line of rails stretching back toward Graybull. The sheriff nodded, then flicked a glance at Charles and Francis. "Kendrick, you're riding with Merrick and Reynolds." His voice carried across the platform. "Pick one other man. The four of you check the line back to Graybull." Willie gave a single nod. "I'll come with you," Abe called, sending Maddie a sympathetic glance. She opened her mouth, looking as though she wanted to argue, but Willie cupped her cheek. "Stay close to the sheriff. We'll find your brother." He kissed her, handed Duchess over, and turned toward the mercantile, where he'd left his horse. "Come, Duke." "Don't you worry," Francis added to Maddie. Willie hated leaving her behind, but he wouldn't risk her if the kidnappers were still nearby. At the mercantile, Duke danced at Hobo's feet, eager to run. Willie caught him. "Not yet, boy." He slid the pup into the saddle pouch he barely fit in now. Duke gave a soft whine, but settled, head poking out to scent the icy wind. "Is he up to this?" Charles asked as he and Francis rode up. "I've been training Duke to track. This way he'll stay fresh when we find that car." Willie swung into his saddle. "It's better than running his paws bloody." "It'll be handy having a search dog along," Abe said, joining them. Charles nodded. Willie glanced back at the platform. Maddie watched him from where she stood beside Sheriff Cogburn. As he gave orders to the station master and conductor, his hand rested lightly on her shoulder, an anchor against the swirling crowd. "Let's go," Charles said. Standing at the edge of the platform, Maddie watched while Willie, Charles, Francis, and Abe disappeared down the trail beside the tracks. The passengers had finally departed to the hotel for their meal, and the townsfolk were beginning to drift away, most sending her sympathetic glances. Maddie appreciated the sheriff's support, but his hand felt like yet another chain preventing her from making her own choices. However, she must be calm, or no one would listen to her. And her brother was out there. Ambrose and his two men. His personal secretary, Mr. Keating, had been with him since his Oxford days, and Mr. O'Hara had been assigned as a bodyguard after the assassination of King Umberto I of Italy 6 years ago. Both servants were devoted, but if there were enough men to uncouple the car without being detected, they might have been overpowered. They would have fought for Ambrose, and if they had, They would have been hurt. She turned to face Sheriff Cogburn, who was still speaking with the conductor and now the engineer.
I am sorry to interrupt, but you must send someone with medical skills to the car. I know my brother's personal secretary was on board, and I'm sure his bodyguard would have been as well. Neither man would have given up my brother easily. They will be injured, perhaps badly.
Maddie prayed they weren't dead. None of them. Good thinking. The sheriff raised his hand and signaled the driver of a buggy. Doc George. Dr. Rasmussen pulled up near the platform, his wife Edith looking pale. Maddie hoped the newly increasing woman would not be as ill as Judith had been. I hear something's happened to one of the train cars, the doctor said, climbing out of the buggy.
We thought you might need medical help, Edith added, though she remained inside.
Maddie didn't hesitate to explain.
They may need your help.
Her throat tightened.
My brother may require your help.
I need you to take my buckboard and the grays at the livery. I sent Merrick with Francis, Vosberg, and Kendrick up the rail trail. You'll need someone to ride shotgun, Nick Reynolds said, riding up. The ladies at the Mercantile explained. Dr. Rasmussen looked at his wife with concern, but she said, I'll be fine. I can keep Maddie company. Just you be safe. I will. George adjusted his gloves and said to Nick, I've got bandages and morphine in the kit. I'll bring them back if they're able to travel, or stabilize them until more help arrives.
I'm coming with you,
Maddie said before she could stop the words. While Edith looked sympathetic, all the men shook their heads. Ma'am, I understand your concern, Cogburn said, but we don't know what my deputies will find when they get to the car, or who all's out there. She lifted her chin, but he shook his head. If something were to happen while you're there, everyone would be distracted by trying to keep you safe. You would put them all in danger, but especially your husband. The weight of his words made Maddie swallow hard. Willie would risk himself to keep her safe. She couldn't bear to lose both her brother and her heart. Now, I imagine the aunties are worrying about you. How about you and Mrs. Doc George head over there to let them know what we know, and the rest of us will do our jobs, Sheriff Cogburn said kindly. With her lips pinched to keep from crying, Maddie nodded. They'd ridden more than 2 miles when the rail trail curved around a low rise. Charles lifted a gloved hand, signaling the column to halt, and Willie reined Hobo to a stop. A 1/4 mile ahead sat the missing rail car, its dark bulk crouched on the tracks. Sitting there alone, it reminded Willie of a stranded beast. A magpie's croak echoed from the creek, and then a pair took flight, their black wings flashing as they wheeled away on the wind. No sound came from the car, yet a thin ribbon of smoke drifted from the stovepipe on the roof. Duke stirred in the pouch as though sensing their tension. Charles and Abe exchanged a glance before dismounting, each keeping their rifles ready. Willie and Francis followed, placing their feet carefully to soften the sound of their boots in the snow. He slipped Duke from the pouch and set him down. Stay. The pup crouched, nose working the cold air. Charles pointed toward the ditch that ran parallel to the rails. We'll go in on foot. Kendrick, you're with me. Francis, take Abe and work the far side. They moved out in 2 pairs, taking slow and careful steps. Willie kept his rifle at the ready, his gaze darting between the rail car and the seemingly endless land beyond. Something had been dragged down the steps. The snow around the vestibule was churned, scuffed with prints, and had dark spots like old iron filings. Charles raised his palm again, halting them 20 feet from the near platform. He crouched, scanning windows and door frames. The wind blew across the basin, needling Willie's cheeks. Hobos shifted behind him, tack creaking, but stayed quiet. Charles eased further, another step, boots whispering over wind-scoured snow. He touched the icy edge of a window with his glove, then jerked back, motioning to Willie to hold. Inside, the velvet curtains hung crooked, but still, their edges stiff with frost. No face peeked out. Across the car, Frances crouched near the opposite door, her braid tucked into the collar of her coat. In trousers, she moved with a cat's care, her gaze darting between the windows and the surroundings. Abe eased behind her, rifle snug against his shoulder, scanning the snow for fresh tracks. From here, Willie saw only their shadows sliding along the frost-slick side of the car. Charles lowered himself against the steel step, leaning close to the seam of the door. He cocked his head, listening. Willie followed suit, holding his own ear to the cold iron. Through the thick metal came faint noises, a ragged gasp, a muffled moan, and then nothing. Willie's pulse pounded in his ears. Somebody was alive in there. Maddie's brother? Charles met his gaze and mouthed, "On 3." Willie nodded, fingers flexing on his rifle. 1, 2, 3. Charles lunged up, yanked the handle, and shoved. The door burst open. A gust of heat and blood smell poured out, heavy with scorched wool and cigar smoke. Heart pounding, Willie surged in behind him, rifle shouldered. At the far end of the car, the other doors slammed open. Frances and Abe charged through, rifles up, eyes scanning for targets. For a second, the four of them faced each other down the gutted aisle, weapons drawn, until they realized no one else stood between them. Charles scanned the room and called, "Clear!" From the opposite end came Frances's low answer, "Clear." The compartment lay wrecked, chaos framed by the two open doorways like a nightmare tableau. Chairs overturned, velvet curtains slashed and hanging limp, the carpet stained. Splinters of glass glittered like ice. 2 men lay sprawled against the wall like discarded rag dolls, wrists bound behind them, faces gray. The large one's shirt glistened dark crimson, while the other's glasses hung from one ear, one lens cracked like a spider web. Maddie had shown Willie a small photograph of her brother. Neither of these men was Ambrose. "His lordship's not here." Willie quickly set aside his rifle and dropped beside the big man. He pulled off his bandana, wadded it up, and pushed it over the wound with steady pressure. "Stay with me," he muttered. Beneath his palm, the man's chest rose and fell, his heartbeat strong. Frances had cut the gag from his mouth, while Abe freed the smaller man. He whimpered when she also freed his hands from the curtain cord. She helped him to sit up, and he shook his hands, likely to get feeling back into them. "You're Keating, aren't you?" Willie asked, recalling the telegram.
"Yes," the man rasped. "They took his lordship."
Charles asked, "Did you see which direction they went?"
"They shot O'Hara and knocked me senseless,"
Keating murmured, shaking his head as though he hadn't heard the question. Outside, hoofbeats thudded through the snow. "It's Doc George and Nick," Abe said, already hurrying to the door. Nick vaulted from the wagon, rifle slung, and turned to guard the tracks while Doc George grabbed his bag and dashed inside. "Keep pressing, Willie," he ordered as he dropped to his knees. "Don't move yet." He pulled a roll of gauze from waxed paper, slid it under Willie's hands, and leaned in himself. "All right, on my count. Lift. Good. Hold him steady. Abe, fetch my morphine kit from the bag." With quick, sure movements, Doc George wrapped a bandage around O'Hara's chest and cinched it snug to slow the bleeding without constricting his breath. "He's lost a lot of blood, but the bullet looks to have missed anything vital," the doctor said, meeting Willie's gaze with a faint, wry smile. "I imagine you're glad it's not you this time." Leaning back on his heels, Willie almost laughed, but the weight of the moment held him still. "Have no fear, Mr. O'Hara," he said as he stood peeling off his damp gloves and rolling them inside out. "Doc George saved my life from a gunshot wound last spring. He knows what he's doing." Willie reached for a linen napkin from the wrecked table and wrapped it around the gloves before stepping outside. Fighting down nausea, he scooped up a handful of clean snow and scrubbed his hands briskly, the icy sting driving away the tacky warmth and tightening his stomach. Then he whistled for Duke, the note thin and sharp against the wind. Chapter 15. With a handful of other ladies, Maddie sat in the hotel meeting room. She had pushed the table near the window, where light fell across her supplies. As she worked on the Christmas fair program, her thoughts kept drifting to the memory of frozen train tracks. No, she would not think of that. Instead, noting how nicely the hotel staff had polished the brass lanterns and wood until they shone. A Christmas wreath hung above the mantel and carried the scent of fresh-cut evergreens. Had they reached the rail car yet? "I can tell every time you think about our men," Edith said from where she sat with a cup of tea. "I'm praying right with you. But this is not the first time our husbands have had to step into a dangerous situation." Which reminded Maddie of Willie's story of being shot.
"Didn't Doc George operate on Willie in San Francisco?"
"Yes, and I was George's nurse for the surgery. There was so much damage from the earthquake, and then the fires started. The authorities didn't bother to make sure a person was guilty before shooting at them." Edith's expression turned thoughtful, though she smiled softly. "Imagine if I hadn't seen Willie in the bushes. He and his family wouldn't have moved to Lilac City."
"Oh, you are so correct. I would never have known him." Maddie's breath caught, her eyes stinging. "Or loved him."
"My brother wouldn't have met the love of his life, and poor Edgar would still be searching for his." Edith sipped from her cup. "The good Lord knows what needs to happen to put us in the right place," Auntie Elle said.
"Are you suggesting we are merely pieces on God's chessboard?"
Maddie asked, uncomfortable with the thought of having no control over her life. "Not chess pieces," Auntie Elle smiled. "I prefer to think of us as more like children in a big family. As our Heavenly Father, He guides and teaches and even nudges us, but we are still allowed to choose our own paths, for good or ill. I've always imagined we are like clay in His hands," Auntie B mused. "He shapes us, but never stops loving us, and He can even make our missteps part of His plan." Her expression turned sad, and Maddie wondered if she was thinking of the mistakes her disreputable husband had made.
"And now you are here with all these splendid people who love you."
Maddie jumped to her feet and hurried over to kiss each of the old ladies.
"And I am grateful to be here with you."
"As we all are," Edith agreed. Her mood lighter, Maddie sat again and took up her pen. She might not have the power to find her brother, but she could make something beautiful to show him when he was returned safely to her. Please, Lord, keep him safe, keep him whole.
How many people would your brother likely travel with? Auntie B asked.
Wondering where the woman's thoughts had gone for her to ask that, Maddie replied,
To visit a large city like New York, he might have brought half a dozen. As you know from your own experience, we are expected to change our clothing according to whichever event we attend. But knowing he would travel by train across so much of the country, I would be surprised if Ambrose brought more than 2 or 3. Mr. Keating, who sent the telegram, is my brother's personal secretary. He often fills in as his valet, too, and my brother would certainly not travel without his bodyguard.
Maddie kept her gaze fixed on the card under her pen. What was happening to them? Was Willie safe? He wasn't alone, but the gnawing worry inside her refused to ease. A gust of cold air swirled through the main door at the same time the bell jingled to announce a new arrival to the hotel. The ladies in the meeting room went silent. The train had remained in Lilac City longer than usual, but eventually the sheriff had permitted it to leave. Several people, curiosity seekers most likely, had chosen to remain and take rooms at the hotel. The man who stepped inside looked about 35, neat but unremarkable, with dark hair under a bowler, a thin mustache, and a notebook tucked beneath one arm. After removing his hat, he scanned the lobby and what he could see of the dining room. His gaze finally landed on the women in the meeting room, and he stepped to the open door. "Good afternoon, ladies. It is a cold one, isn't it? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lawrence Gray, and I work for the Cheyenne Tribune." The man wore a genial smile and held up the notebook as though it were a badge. "I was on the train when the Duke's son went missing. Might one of you direct me to Lady Wycliffe?" Maddie's pen froze above the card. The aunties exchanged a swift glance. Edith straightened.
"Lady Wycliffe?"
Auntie L repeated a little too brightly. Auntie B leaned forward, her knitting needles still as she studied the man.
"A lady? Like that lord who was supposed to be in the rail car? I think I heard a rumor a few weeks back about some fancy people coming to stay at one of the big ranches. But they have elegant guests staying all the time." She sniffed. "You should ask the sheriff. He might know." Of course I'll do that." The man gave a polite nod, but kept his gaze on Maddie. "What about you, miss?" "Don't you mean Mrs.?" Edith asked with a glare, slowly rising to her feet. "And Mr. Kendrick doesn't take too kindly to strange men trying to talk up his wife." "I humbly apologize, ma'am. I didn't mean to impose." He turned his attention to the aunties. "Are there many ranches in the area that take guests?" "2. Auntie L gave him the names. "I believe the front desk has a simple map." "Thank you." He tipped his hat with a slight bow. "Enjoy your afternoon, ladies." He stepped out of the meeting room and moved to the counter. After speaking with the clerk, he accepted a piece of paper and left the hotel, the bell jingling softly. "Well, that was odd," Auntie B said.
"How did he know to ask for me?" Maddie whispered. "My father went to great lengths to keep it quiet."
"Where's that newspaper Marshall showed us earlier?"
Auntie L was already digging into her bag. She pulled out the paper and opened it to the society page. New York, November 30th. Lord Ambrose Wycliffe, eldest son of the Duke of Somersley, departed this week for Lilac City, Wyoming. His absence is keenly felt already in New York's holiday calendar, as several prominent hostesses had counted on his impeccable dancing and lively wit at upcoming events. Rumor has it Lord Wycliffe journeys west to visit his sister, Lady Madeline Wycliffe, who was once thought to be taking the air at the family estate, but has instead been residing in the Wyoming countryside these past months. Friends expressed regret at losing his lordship's company, but admitted a family visit at Christmastide speaks well of his devotion. "Oh, dear," Auntie Elle breathed. Willie kept watch near one of the car's windows while Charles questioned Keating. The secretary, his face chalky white, held his cracked spectacles. "There are 4 men," Keating said. "One I recognized from the station. He's the one who came in through the door at the front of the car. There was nothing suspicious about his appearance. He wore a suit, and I thought he must be a businessman. The others burst in from the far end. We were caught between them. O'Hara went against the 3. They shot him, and the man in the suit planted me a facer." He stared at the floor, his face pinched, as though the memory hurt as well as his head. "He knocked me unconscious. When I woke, his lordship was gone, O'Hara was bleeding, and we both were trussed like pigs for a Christmas feast." "So you didn't hear any names?" Francis asked. Keating shut his eyes. "Only that one had a rasp to his voice, and he swore like the docks." "Brooks," O'Hara said with a groan from the sofa where Doc George was working over him. "The one giving the orders was called Brooks. 'Twasn't the fella in the fine togs." "Thank you." Charles exchanged a glance with Abe, and Willie wondered if they'd heard of Brooks. "I'll need a proper table and good light to get the bullet out," Doc George said, glancing at Willie. Remembering the lengths the doctor and his wife had needed to take when operating on him, Willie chuckled. "You're in good hands, Mr. O'Hara," he assured the man in a teasing voice. "Doc George could stick a man back together with baling wire and the splinter off of a fence if need be. You'll be right as rain in no time." The big man's eyes glinted appreciatively, and he let out a low chuckle that turned into a grunt of pain. "Just to be bringing back his lordship in one piece. I'd rather die than have them keep him to do worse than this." "Hear, hear," Willie agreed. "You ready?" Nick asked from the doorway, his rifle resting across his arms. In a moment, Doc George poured a splash of carbolic from a small flask over his hands, the sharp tang of the liquid filling the air. He rubbed his hands briskly and then wiped them on a clean rag before tucking it back into his bag. "All right, let's get him out." They had backed the wagon as close as the platform allowed. The car's narrow door left no room for anyone to help O'Hara through it. He made it outside, but then his knees buckled. Charles caught one arm under his shoulder, and Willie slipped beneath the other, bracing the big man's weight. Francis and Abe each grabbed a leg. Together they bore him the short distance to the waiting wagon bed. Doc George climbed in beside him and covered O'Hara with a blanket. "You'll need to drive, Nick." "That means you get to ride shotgun." He held his rifle out to Keating, who looked like he might pass out. Francis stepped up and took it before facing the poor Englishman and explaining how to shoot it. "You hurt my husband, and I will kill you," she ended, leaning close enough that Keating went cross-eyed. Then she winked at him. "Now get up there." "She's only half kiddin'," Nick chuckled as the secretary scrambled beside him and accepted the rifle. "Hey, Keating," Willie called. "I need a piece of clothing his lordship wore, but hasn't been washed." "There's a neckcloth hanging inside the lavatory door," the secretary said, looking confused. "Perfect. There should be plenty of his lordship's scent on that. Willie answered the unasked question by pointing at Duke. Keating nodded in understanding as Nick drove off. Willie went in search of the neckcloth and returned with it. Abe was crouched just beyond the platform, reading the churned snow.
"Footprints,"
the former sheriff said.
3 sets fresh, and what looks like 5 horses waiting off the shoulder.
He gestured to a faint, crooked imprint.
1 poorly shod and a little off-kilter. Back right iron. See that shallow bite?
Willie squatted to run a glove over the print, feeling the edge of the impression.
"I see it. That'll be our friend all day."
He straightened and whistled low for Duke. The pup trotted up, expectant. Willie held up the neckcloth that had a faint trace of bay rum clinging to it, along with the scent of a cigar. He bent to let Duke sniff.
"Find him,"
Willie instructed, his voice low. The pup inhaled, sneezed, then sniffed again before setting his nose to the snow, weaving along the edge of the trail bed. A few stray flakes had begun drifting down, softening the air. If it thickened, the kidnappers might think their tracks were safe. But Willie trusted Duke's nose more than any snow, unless it got too heavy.
"Let him work it out first."
Willie tugged Hobo's reins, leading him a few paces behind.
"We'll mount up once he's sure."
They moved out at a slow crawl for the first quarter mile. As time passed, the shadows from the sun stretched. Duke sniffed at a scuffed patch where branches had been dragged, then sneezed and circled back, lifting his nose to test the wind with quick little snorts. His ears pricked forward like they did when he caught the smell of a squirrel.
"Find him,"
Willie murmured again. The pup snorted, but put his nose back to the snow and moved on.
"Good dog."
After another stretch, Duke hesitated, pawing at the crust before swinging left to a faint groove hidden under the drift. Abe dismounted and crouched where the pup had veered, scraping with his glove until the snow broke away to reveal a set of hoof prints.
"Definitely 5 horses," he said quietly. "And there's our crooked back iron again."
Willie scooped up Duke and tucked him into the saddle pouch. The pup whined in protest.
"You've earned a rest, boy," Willie said, scratching his ears. "We'll need you fresh when we get closer."
"He's mighty young for this kind of work,"
Abe commented as they mounted up.
"Young but talented,"
Willie said, swinging into his saddle.
"That's why I'm managing when he needs rest. Can't have him wearing out before we find his lordship."
Charles nodded approvingly.
"Smart thinking."
They rode on at a steady trot for nearly a mile, the hoof prints staying clear and deeper now. The kidnappers had given up masking their sign. Snowflakes clung to the horses' manes, already softening the edges of the prints. If the storm grew heavier, they would think themselves safe.
"They're not dragging brush anymore," Frances muttered. "Do you think they know we're on their trail and they're trying to outrun us?"
"Possibly, but I'm guessing they want to lead us astray." Charles pointed to a set of tracks that seemed to disappear into some brush, but reappeared a ways down.
"Looks like a decoy."
Willie set Duke down again. The pup shook himself, then immediately put his nose back to work, zigzagging ahead with renewed energy. After a few minutes, he veered sharply. Frances dismounted and examined the ground.
"Well, looky here."
She held up an object to catch the afternoon sunlight. "It's a button," she said with a grin, "with a piece of tweed attached to it." Willie experienced unexpected pride in his brother-in-law.
"He's leaving us breadcrumbs."
He crouched beside Duke, who was panting now from the exertion. Willie pulled out the neckcloth again and let the pup smell it, then gave him some jerky from his pocket.
"Good boy. Rest a minute."
He looked at Charles.
"He can go another mile, maybe 2, if we're smart about it."
"How far do you reckon they've taken him?"
Abe asked.
Can't be too far, Charles said. This is well planned, and they would want a place they could hole up without being seen, but that isn't too far away to coordinate a ransom.
After a brief rest, Willie stood and held out the neckcloth again.
All right, Duke, find him.
The pup sniffed it before he pressed his nose to the trail, following the scent away from where the button had fallen. Then the trail split. Abe followed one fork for a distance before returning.
Looks like one rider broke off from the others. That might be a man sent to town with a ransom note.
A powerful unease made Willie frown toward the other tracks. He held the button down for Duke to examine again. After giving it a thorough sniff, the pup pressed his nose to the trail leading away from Lilac City.
Well, let's find his lordship first,
Charles declared. Willie scooped Duke back into the saddle pouch.
Save your strength, boy. We're getting close now.
Chapter 16. Edith rushed back into the hotel meeting room. George is back with 2 men. Maddie was moving without even thinking about putting on her coat.
Wait,
Auntie B said, grabbing Maddie's arm before she tripped over her skirts in her rush.
It's snowing. You must take your coat, dear,
Auntie L chided.
I know you're worried about your brother, but it won't help anyone if you make yourself ill. We'll watch out for the puppy.
Maddie nodded and took a long breath. Edith had taken their coats from the hooks near the door. It was only a few moments before they were leaving the hotel. They'll take them to Doc Weston's clinic, Edith said. It's unfortunate he's in Billings this week. George has been extra busy, and this pregnancy sickness has made it difficult for me to help him as much. The oddest things now make me queasy. Reflexively, Maddie's hand went to her belly, wondering if she and Willie had already begun their family. Edith didn't miss the motion and smiled with understanding. My father apprenticed me to a midwife when I was 14. Having helped so many women over the years, I shouldn't have been surprised when we conceived. She gave a soft chuckle. I was convinced I was too old. Then Edith gestured to a wagon in front of a building bearing a sign that read, Weston and Rasmussen, Physicians. How strong is your stomach? Maddie's heart nearly stopped.
What?
I'm guessing one or both of the 2 extra men I saw on the wagon as it drove by the hotel is hurt if they ended up here, Edith warned. If you go in there and faint, it will take the attention away from the injured.
Oh.
Maddie had not considered that.
I have never required smelling salts, and whenever a child of a tenant was injured, I helped the housekeeper bind the wounds.
All right, then. If you feel sick at all, step outside. Edith took a deep breath. I have to sometimes now, and it's most inconvenient. As they stepped inside the surgery, the smell of lamp oil, carbolic, and something faintly metallic made Maddie's stomach tighten, but more from concern than queasiness. Edith had already put her coat on a hook and was donning a white cotton apron. Doc George glanced up with a crooked smile.
My favorite nurse has arrived.
Then Maddie realized the man on the table was O'Hara. She shifted her gaze away, remembering the warning. Mr. Keating slumped in a chair. Missing his spectacles, he looked younger somehow. The poor man's left eye was nearly swollen shut, and a purple bruise spread from his cheekbone down toward his jaw. He dabbed a cloth to his lip, which had been split. Maddie scanned the room. No Ambrose. Fearing her knees might give out, Maddie slid into the chair next to Mr. Keating. He lifted his head to look at her, and it took a moment before he recognized her. His eyes widened.
I most
humbly apologize, my lady. 4 of them burst in and overwhelmed us."
Mr. Keating dropped his gaze, his shoulders shaking.
"They obviously had weapons."
A glance at the table where the doctor gave low instructions to Edith made Maddie shudder. She faced the secretary again.
"I am grateful you are both alive to tell us what happened."
Maddie looked toward O'Hara again, using only the corner of her eye for fear of seeing too much. Doc George must have given the Irishman something for the pain, but he was awake, his gaze following the doctor's hands. The bodyguard's shirt had been cut away, but she glanced to the side before seeing too much.
"You are both in expert hands,"
Maddie assured him.
"'Tis not the first time I've been stitched, me lady."
O'Hara made a sound that was half disgust, and he said roughly,
"I swore to your father I would keep him safe, and they still took him clean." "They shot you, Mr. O'Hara. You fought for him even when facing their guns."
She must distract him from what he saw as a failure.
"Did the doctor tell you how he and his wife survived the dreadful earthquake and fire in San Francisco?"
Edith didn't hesitate, but immediately went into the story. Keating shifted in his chair, and something in his pocket made a noise like paper. With a frown, he stiffly reached into it and removed an envelope. His eyes widened, and he handed it to Maddie.
"What's this?"
she asked softly, tentatively accepting it.
I don't know, my lady. I've never seen it before."
Several emotions hit her at once, from fear to worry and finally anger. They had addressed the envelope to her. "If it came from them," Edith said, her voice tight with disgust, "you'd best open it to see what they're demanding." Maddie slipped a single page from the envelope. They had addressed it to the sheriff, so she read it aloud.
"Sheriff, we have the Duke's son. We want $50,000 or he dies. Send word to his grace. Instructions to follow."
Edith gasped, and Maddie looked up as red squirted onto the doctor's apron. O'Hara groaned. Suddenly, overwhelmed and afraid she was about to be sick, Maddie jumped to her feet, the paper still in hand. She snatched her coat and stumbled out the door onto the boardwalk. The wind hit her face like cold water, but it cleared her head and calmed her stomach, even as it made her shiver. She slipped into her coat. The wind moaned as Maddie read the note again. Her family name had become a price tag. The men who had taken her brother had proven what violence they were capable of in pursuit of what they wanted. She must get this note to the sheriff. Duke trotted ahead of Hobo, plowing through the deepening powder that reached nearly to his belly. The cold bit through Willie's gloves and into the bones of his fingers, but he couldn't be prouder of the pup. He was proving to be a fine dog. Willie had been rotating Duke between tracking on foot and resting in the saddle pouch every quarter-mile or so. The pup had the talent and the drive, but at only 8 months old, he didn't have the stamina for hours of continuous work. Not yet. But he was learning, and that's what mattered. When Duke came to the edge of the cottonwoods they were riding through, he stopped, head jerking up. His ears pricked, his tail went stiff, and a soft whine slipped from his throat as his nose worked the air. "Easy, boy," Willie cautioned, noticing a shack hunched into a slope in the shadow of an outcrop. Duke dropped into a crouch, his haunches sinking into the powder, though his body twitched with impatience. "Stay." Willie slid from the saddle, boots sinking to his ankles, and squatted to rest a hand on the pup's trembling back. Duke's nose pointed at the structure, where a faint curl of smoke drifted from the short, crooked stovepipe. Charles rode up beside him, rifle already in hand.
He's got something, doesn't he?"
"Yep." Willie gestured at the shack. "His lordship is close, and Duke knows it." The pup whimpered. Willie pressed him again. "Not yet." The others gathered in the shelter of the trees. Willie wondered if he would ever get used to the lightness of the powdery stuff that blew with the wind, even when it wasn't actually snowing. Charles dismounted, drew a small spyglass from his coat, and set it to his eye. "I don't see a sentry on the roof. If there were one, he's coming in from the weather." 2 men went off that way. Abe pointed at half-buried prints, their edges already nearly covered. Francis dug a gloved hand into the drift and held up a brass button. Thread and tweed still clinging. "It's them." Charles lowered the spyglass. "We do a quiet sweep. Abe and I will take the left, staying low with the trees and the slope. Francis and Willie, you two circle to the right. We'll meet back here and see what we have." He looked at each of them. "No rushing, no surprises." Willie nodded and lifted Duke into the canvas pouch. The warmth of Hobo's flank and the sway of the horse would let the pup rest in case he was needed again. They split into pairs and circled carefully, every step measured against the sucking give of new drifts. Willie kept his head down, watching the shack's back wall through branches. Frost had crusted a narrow window, but no one moved at the panes. When Willie was close to the back lean-to, a groan came from inside, and what sounded like a curse, in an accent like Maddie's. When they met again under cover of the cottonwoods, Willie reported what he'd heard. Charles's expression turned calculating. 2 by the stove, pacing, 1 in a chair. Couldn't see his lordship, so it must only be him in the lean-to. They crouched close and discussed options. "We need a reason for them to come out the front. Could your dog create a distraction?" Abe asked, looking at the pup thoughtfully. Willie grinned. "You bet he could." "Good," Charles nodded. "Abe and Francis will stay here while you and I come in through that window in the back." Willie eased Duke from the pouch and handed him to Abe, along with the neckerchief. "When you're ready for the distraction, let him smell this again. Set him on the ground. Point at the shack." Willie lowered his voice. "Then tell him the words. Have at it. That gives him permission to run around." At the phrase, Duke pricked up his ears. Willie rubbed them. "Not yet, boy. Soon." He gave Abe a nod. "I trained him to burn off steam this way." Chapter 17. As Maddie hurried along the boardwalk, she had to focus on where she stepped for fear of slipping on the snow. The ransom note seemed to burn in her mitten. A ransom note. Terrible men had attacked Ambrose's car and left his men battered and bleeding. Who knew what they were doing to her brother?
"Please, dear Lord, protect Ambrose, preserve O'Hara, and when my father receives word, please, please protect him from an apoplexy."
Across a narrow alley, Mr. Ito's dojo stood quiet, its painted sign half-shadowed under a mask of snow. The snowflakes were growing in size, and the wind blew smoke toward her from the hotel's chimney. How could they conduct a search in weather like this? Coughing, she missed the step and slipped. Maddie would have fallen had not a powerful hand grabbed her arm. "There now, my lady. We don't want any damaged goods." For a heartbeat, she almost thanked the man. My lady. At the same time his words sank in, Maddie recognized the bowler. He knew. She thought the aunties had convinced him to search for her at one of the dude ranches. What lurid tale would this reporter tell of a runaway noblewoman falling into scandal? Something in the man's leering gaze made his comment about damaged goods cut more deeply. There was nothing playful in his expression as the corner of his mouth curved into a sneer. Mr. Ito's voice whispered in her mind.
Strength is not size, strength is balance.
So Maddie shifted her wrist ever so slightly, aligning it the way he had shown her, feeling for the angle that would let her turn the reporter's grip against him. The move required calm precision and timing.
Release me, sir.
Her voice came out cool, even though her heart thudded so hard against her ribs that it hurt. The man yanked on her wrist to drag her closer, and Maddie had to fight the instinct to resist, to wrench away. Once again, Mr. Ito's soft voice pushed past her panic.
Use the tata size to unbalance him.
She spun so his chest pressed against her back, and a quick heel stomp to the instep stole his balance. When he hunched over, she drove her elbow as hard as she could under his ribs. The breath left him in a gasp, and she slipped under his arm and behind him. Lifting her skirt, she drove her heel into the hollow of his knee. He dropped with all the grace of a toppled candelabra. His head met the boardwalk with a dull, sickening thud, dimming her satisfaction. He lay still, and for one terrible moment, she stared at the limp figure. Had she killed him? Then the man's chest moved.
You do good, Missy Kendrick. I no need help.
Mr. Ito's calm, approving voice made her look up, blinking to find him kneeling beside the fallen man. With weak knees, her hand covering her mouth, Maddie sank to the snowy step. Sheriff Cogburn appeared at her shoulder, breathing hard like he'd run. I caught the end of that. Did he grab you?
Yes.
Maddie's voice quivered, and her hand trembled as she stretched for the ransom note she had dropped.
We found this shoved in Mr. Keating's pocket.
The words on the paper flashed through her mind, the outrageous sum demanded for her brother's safe return. And now this man had attempted to take her too. Surely it could not be chance. Maddie slowly rose to her feet.
I fear this man meant to kidnap me as well, and could be working with those who stole my brother. Perhaps my brother's secretary could identify him as one of the attackers.
When Charles and Willie were in place behind the shack, Abe set the pup down with a careful hand. Duke stiffened, nose working the air, like he understood this release meant business. Most days, the pup would loop out, circle back, snap at Willie's boots for the sport of it, before bolting off again. Not now. This time, Duke stayed low to the snow, a shadow moving through the thin screen of cottonwoods before he burst into the open toward the shack. He no longer yipped like a puppy. His bark had deepened and came out like a full-throated warning and made the hairs on Willie's arms stand up. If you breed him, I would love a pup, Charles murmured, sounding impressed. Willie didn't have time to dwell on his pride, because from the shack came the scrape of chairs and the heavy thud of boots on worn planks. One of the men cursed, and the front door crashed open. "What the?" one man cried. "Where did that cur come from? He's acting like he's mad. Could he be rabid?" They're all out. Charles slid up the window and climbed in, moving to cover the doorway between the two rooms. Willie hauled himself after him, his gloved hands working to get purchase on the frozen sill. The small bedroom smelled of old smoke and damp canvas. He recognized Maddie's brother, who had the same light blue eyes and pale hair. The man bore a bruise on one cheek and a cut lip, but they hadn't beaten him like they had the secretary. Willie couldn't see blood on his coat, so he didn't think they'd shot him. Willie tapped a finger to his lips, and his lordship nodded. His hands were bound behind him, but mercifully they hadn't gagged him. Willie went to the bindings on the man's wrist. The rope was rough and wet, but carelessly knotted. They must not have been worried his lordship could escape.
"Come on, Francis, or they'll shoot him," Charles muttered.
Willie's head snapped up, and he jumped to his feet, leaving Wycliffe to untie his legs. Across the other room and through the open door, Willie could make out a brown and black blur zigzagging across the clearing, powder flying up from Duke's paws. One of the kidnappers swung his rifle, trying to track the moving dog. Before he could fire, Francis did. A splinter erupted from the door jamb. The men reeled back and dove into the room. Willie grabbed his rifle and stepped beside Charles, their weapons ready. The three men stopped. Willie could almost see their minds working and not liking how the numbers added up.
"Set down your guns,"
Charles said, his voice low. The leader's eyes darted to Wycliffe and back, his dark eyes hard. Willie took a step to the side, putting himself between his lordship and the kidnappers. One of the men had a smear of blood on his ear, likely from the splintering from Francis's warning shot. Good for her. The door banged open again. Abe stepped into the entry with Francis right behind him. The kidnappers twisted to face the new threat, but they could see they were outnumbered. For a moment, Willie thought they might fight.
"I said to put down your weapons,"
Charles repeated. The man with the cut ear did first, quickly followed by the third kidnapper. Fury made the leader's face red, and Willie pointed his rifle at the man's chest.
"Oh, please do it,"
Francis said, her tone dry, but sounding like she might mean it. "I really want to shoot you." Abe chuckled.
"Now, don't forget all the paperwork you'd have to do, and I know how you hate paperwork."
The leader's gun hand went slack, and he let the weapon drop. Willie kicked them out of reach. "They sent a man to take my sister, too," his lordship said, stumbling as though his feet were on pins and needles. A sharp pain stabbed Willie's chest, and he breathed. The fifth horse, the one who'd split off from the group, the one they'd let go because finding Ambrose was more urgent. That man had ridden straight to town, straight to his Maddie. "You go," Charles said as he cinched a knot on the rope around the leader's hands. "We can handle them," Francis assured him as she and Abe tied up the other two.
"Can you find your way back to town alone?"
Abe asked.
"Duke can,"
and the pup loved her. Willie glanced at Maddie's brother, his face lined with worry. "You want to come with me, your lordship, or with them?" Willie asked, jerking his chin at the three kidnappers. "What about my men on the train?" Wycliffe asked. "Oh, we left them in the doc's hands before we came after you." Willie was already headed to the entrance, and his brother-in-law quickly followed.
"Wait."
Abe handed Ambrose the neckerchief.
"It's colder here than you're used to. Might want to wrap it around your ears."
"Do me a favor and make them as uncomfortable as you can for the ride back," Willie said, his voice rough. He strode out the door, followed by Maddie's brother, as he wrapped the neckcloth around his ears. "Please, Lord, let her be safe." It didn't take long to get a horse saddled for his lordship and to call Duke. When they were ready to leave, Willie kneeled down to the pup and pulled the fancy lace handkerchief she had given him from inside his shirt. "We'll be right behind you," Charles called as they led their captives outside. Willie raised a hand in acknowledgement. "Duke, find Maddie." They mounted and were off. They had only been gone a few minutes when Wycliffe spoke. "How is it that you have one of my sister's handkerchiefs?" Maddie sat with Auntie B in the hotel room overlooking the street.
"My lady, 'tis not proper,"
O'Hara complained from his bed.
"Lady Wycliffe doesn't fit our Maddie any more,"
Auntie L reflected.
I will leave you to rest as soon as you finish this soup.
Maddie patiently held another spoonful to his mouth. Young man, you had best do as our Maddie says. Auntie B winked at her. You saw what she did to that attacker.
You mustn't get him riled up again.
Maddie almost tipped the bowl when she had to push the bodyguard back against the pillows.
Is there any sign of them yet?
The snow is getting heavy, Auntie B said. Then the church bell rang. It was the signal. Maddie jumped to her feet and pushed the bowl into Auntie B's hands. After snatching her coat from the hook near the door, Maddie raced from the room. She nearly crashed into Nick, who was taking the stairs 2 at a time. You heard? He cried, taking her coat and holding it for her. We've spotted 2 riders approaching town.
Only 2?
Maddie's hands shook as she slid them through her sleeves, but she could see the anguish in Nick's eyes. She wondered how worried he had been as well, and hoped little Thomas was at the ranch with Judith. It's all we can see. He offered his arm. Sheriff sent Buck and some of the hands out to meet the others to help make sure they get back safe with those prisoners. He started toward the stairs. Hurry! What had happened that only 2 were returning? When Mr. Keating had recognized her attacker as one of the kidnappers, everyone had been relieved. But now, hope and dread tangled together. What if she had to send the telegram to her father? The townsfolk gathered on the boardwalk. When Hannah Vosberg and Laura came to stand on each side of Maddie, she felt the additional strength. They also had loved ones they waited for news about. With every passing second, she peered into the dimming light and the cloud of snow that hid the approach to town. There they are, Nick said, already moving down the boardwalk. Everyone followed, their breaths fogging the air and making it even more difficult to see. Then she also made out their forms. At first, they looked like ghosts, white with a dusting of snow. Then she recognized Ambrose. He sat hunched in the saddle with a strip of cloth wrapped around his head. And there was Willie, riding tall with Duke poking his head out of the saddle pouch. They were both alive. Without thinking, Maddie lifted her skirts and carefully descended the steps. Once she was in the road, she ran. Both men dismounted, and her brother's exhausted gaze found her, relief lighting his eyes. Happiness filled her at seeing him, but she flung herself into Willie's arms.
Oh, my heart, I've been so worried.
Maddie melted against him, and for a moment the world narrowed to his heartbeat and the taste of snow on his lips. Unhand my sister, you bounder! Ambrose roared, pulling back his hand as if to strike. Maddie spun and blocked the swing. Then she wrapped her arms around her brother's waist.
Oh, Ambrose, you're alive and well. I've been praying for you ever since we knew you were missing.
She stepped back and took Willie's hand.
And now I would like to introduce my husband, William Kendrick, to you. He's the man who helped to save your life.
Ambrose blinked at her as though she had spoken to him in Chinese. Then the others rode into view. Francis! Nick cried and tore down the street. His hat blew off, but he didn't notice as he pulled her from her horse and kissed her. Laughing, she kissed him back. Step aside, folks. Sheriff Cogburn shouldered through the crowd. Make room. The townsfolk parted to let the giant of a man through. The sheriff stopped in front of the prisoners, who had been slung belly down across their saddles. Teague, send a telegram to the federal marshal, he ordered. Will do. The mercantile owner pulled up his collar against the wind and hurried across the street. Let's get these mangy coyotes locked up. Sheriff Cogburn scanned the posse. Merrick, are you and Francis up to it? You bet we are, Francis said, grabbing her rein and Nick's hand, too. We saw what they did to Keating and O'Hara, And they marked up Maddie's brother, too.
Kendrick, best get your brother-in-law into the hotel to see the doc,
Sheriff Cogburn stated before taking the reins of the two horses. Watching them go, Ambrose muttered,
"A female Bobby."
Yes, things are quite modern here in Lilac City.
Feeling penitent, she slid her arm through his and Willie's and asked her brother,
"Are you badly hurt?"
"I will survive." He peered into her face in the quickly fading light. "Are you truly married to this man?"
"Yes."
She brought Willie's gloved hand to her heart.
"And I have never been happier in my life."
For perhaps the first time since the death of her mother, Maddie felt truly home. Chapter 18. Ambrose let out a long, slow breath as they approached the community hall. If not for the restriction on travel for O'Hara, he would already have been en route home. Maddie was pleased that his forced prolonged visit allowed her to showcase the community she cared for so deeply, but especially to prove to her brother daily, by word and deed, how much she loved her husband and how much he returned her regard. Willie seemed to know what she was thinking because he brought their clasped, gloved hands to his lips as they walked.
"Must you?"
Ambrose growled, though his tone carried a touch of humor now.
"Truly, brother, when you choose your future duchess, seek this too, and not merely what her status and fortune can give you,"
Maddie pleaded.
"It is possible to have both, you know."
His jaw muscles tightened, but he said nothing. She could only pray he would seek it when he returned home after the new year. Inside, the community hall glowed with lamplight and pine boughs. She had helped decorate the long tables that bowed beneath pies, sugared nuts, and crockery filled with steaming cider. Children examined the selections with wide eyes and laughter. Ambrose's shoulders relaxed as he scanned the room, and Maddie was pleased. It made her feel like they had stepped into a Christmas storybook. Not the gilt-edged ones of her childhood that none dared to open, but the volumes at Thimble Hollow with their worn leather bindings warmed by hands that loved them, as had been the case with Mr. Dickens's A Christmas Carol.
"Oh, Mrs. Kendrick, I must thank you,"
Ida Cogburn cried as she dragged her fiancé, Lonzo, with her.
"You are such a fine teacher, and the children have embraced calligraphy even better than I hoped. Even those with dreadful penmanship have taken to it. Once the weather settles, I would like to schedule another lesson with you." "That would be lovely."
Maddie had not expected to enjoy teaching so much, but her mind was already busy planning future lessons.
"I'm looking forward to showing them decorative strokes, or a line of beauty, as Mr. Ito called it when I showed him."
"Line of beauty. I like that." Ida was already writing in a notebook Lonzo had handed her. Judith Hamblin joined them with a tray of ginger biscuits. "And what about adults, Maddie? We've received so many compliments about the program and note cards you made that I would like to offer classes. Even a few men have expressed interest in attending." A ripple of agreement came from the gathering nearby. Several ladies pressed in close, asking for fashion advice for the New Year's dance, whether a bit of lace could freshen a tired frock, or how Maddie might suggest arranging hair more elegantly. From the corner of her eye, she saw Ambrose watching. She had expected disgust, for in England he would have dismissed such common people, presuming to throng her. But his surprise was laced with a touch of admiration. "Humph!" His murmur must have reached Auntie B, because she fixed him with her shrewd gaze. "This should prove, young man, that a wise parent
ought to take the time to know his children," she said. "But perhaps I am not sorry he isn't one. Otherwise he would have known better than to send her to us." Ambrose had stiffened when she first spoke, but something in the older woman's eyes, tone and sincerity, made him relax. Maddie rose on her tiptoes to kiss her brother's cheek.
"Father sent you all this way to drag me back into a marriage I wanted no part of," she said softly. "How would forcing me to marry a philandering rake have been any different from that man who tried to kidnap me from the street? One would steal a woman's freedom with a marriage contract, the other with a rope."
Ambrose stared at her, shaking his head. But the motion slowed as he seemed to take in her words, his gaze flickering with discomfort. Maddie patted his cheek.
"It is merely something to consider, dear brother."
"Folks, I need your attention," Sheriff Cogburn called as he strode to the front of the hall. As if on cue, the fiddle cut off mid-tune, and the talking quieted, children hurrying to find their parents. "I was plenty glad to hand over those lowlifes to the federal marshal yesterday and get their stink out of our town." The people murmured agreement, but before it could grow louder, he raised a hand to silence them. "The mayor wants to acknowledge some folks who went the extra mile in retrieving Maddie's brother." Frowning, Willie glanced at her in alarm, which made her smile. Of course, he should be honored for what he and Duke had done. The mayor stood beside the sheriff, though his voice didn't carry as far. "Abe Fosberg and William Kendrick," the mayor said. "Please come join us." "Not me," Abe called. "I was sheriff for 30 years, so of course I had to help." When the people tried to push him forward, he crossed his arms and planted his feet. The mayor shot him a flat look, but didn't press, instead pointing at Willie.
"Come!"
Maddie slid her arm through her husband's and walked him up to the mayor. Fearing he might flee, she stayed at his side. "It's not everyone who will jump into a dangerous situation, but William Kendrick didn't hesitate," the mayor called. "Even when he saw how brutal the men were who had taken his lordship, Kendrick didn't flinch, because that's the kind of man he is. We here in Lilac City want to recognize something so brave. We've gathered a purse, including a generous donation from Lord Wycliffe." He lowered his voice. "Your wife said you want a horse of your own. Luke Hamblin says he'll sell you hobo at a steal." The hall erupted in applause. Willie stomped the snow from his boots and stepped inside the enclosed back porch. Duke and Duchess scratched at the kitchen door, and Willie opened it to find Maddie had already set out the pups' food for them. The scent of roasted beef and spiced apples met Willie, making him smile. The ladies had outdone themselves for this Sunday dinner. With tomorrow being Christmas Eve, everyone would be moving to the Lucky L to celebrate. Fortunately, the clouds were finally clearing, so they should make it there fine in the sleighs. He chuckled, doubting it would be anything like the house parties Ambrose was used to. Though once he saw Francis's baby grand piano, he should realize they weren't exactly living in the Dark Ages here. Willie followed the sound of voices into the formal dining room, where garlands looped the rafters, lamplight glowed against polished wood, and everyone was gathering at the laden table. When he had stepped outside to see the animals, O'Hara and Keating had been arguing with the aunties that they would be fine taking the meal in the kitchen. Since they now stood by the place cards Maddie had made for them with everyone else, it was clear who had won that skirmish. Would his lordship's servants want to return to England?
Ambrose had been extra quiet today while they held their own little worship service as the snow fell outside. The aunties had asked everyone to share their favorite scriptures about gratitude. But his lordship had been watchful, too, especially of his sister, something Willie did a lot of, too. Maddie moved about the room with a gracefulness that was a kind of beauty all by itself. It made his chest swell with love and pride. She laughed and teased and cajoled, and he could see her doing it dressed in one of her fine gowns in a fancy house. Yet she had given it up, and each day she assured him it was for him. Willie couldn't take his eyes off her. Her face was alight with happiness. Maddie wasn't merely at home. She was his home.
Truly remarkable, Ambrose said softly as he came to stand by Willie.
He shifted uncomfortably. Willie didn't want to play stupid, but neither did he want to pretend he knew what his brother-in-law was talking about.
"What's that?"
Willie finally asked.
"Look at her."
Ambrose's gaze followed Maddie across the room as she leaned over to whisper something that made Auntie Bee laugh.
"She is like a different person here, one I have not seen since we were children. She reminds me of our mother."
His tone turned reverential.
"Our mother was also a nurturer, always seeing to the needs of others, wishing to help with any charity drive."
His voice softened.
"I didn't understand what I was seeing then, but the beau monde can be brutal if one does not fit in with them. Mother did better working behind the scenes. She wasn't comfortable attending all the public events required of a duchess, but she wished to be what Father needed."
"Well, Maddie does fine in front of folks, but I see what you mean about her always wanting to help."
"Yes, Maddie is like Mother, yet she is the opposite of her and thrives before an audience."
"I think you have it wrong there." Willie shook his head.
"Oh, she can stand on her own in a crowd when she has to. She's got gumption like that. But I'm the one who has to hold her when it's over. Having the strength to do something hard isn't the same as thriving while doing it. I'm glad she doesn't have to do it too often."
Ambrose arched a brow and turned his sharp gaze on Willie.
"Which brings me to you, Kendrick."
Willie straightened, wary now.
"I must own that you have captured her heart,"
Ambrose said, his tone a mixture of awe and something Willie couldn't quite read, as though his brother-in-law didn't comprehend what she saw in Willie, which he understood since he couldn't either. His lordship continued.
"She dotes on you as shamelessly as you do her."
"You say I've captured her heart, but it's the other way around." Willie shrugged. "That gal had my heart roped and tied before I even had a clue what was happening."
Yes, and I know that is important to her. However, contrary to what she says, there is more to marriage than being in love."
Ambrose studied him.
"I need to know you can care for her, that you will promise to keep her safe. You have seen firsthand some of the dangers she faces."
"Well, we both know I'm not rich." Willie rubbed the back of his neck. "But I have good work here until I can buy land. You've already seen I will die before I let harm come to her." Ambrose was quiet for a long moment, then nodded slowly.
"I can respect that, and I will hold you to it."
"No problem there." Willie forced himself not to fidget under the man's scrutiny. Maddie stepped up to them and slipped her hand into Willie's.
"What are my husband and brother conspiring about?"
"No conspiracy," Ambrose said, his voice softening. He looked between them, something shifting in his expression.
I merely wanted to understand what kind of man my sister has chosen."
"And?"
Maddie asked, a hint of challenge in her voice. "And I believe she has chosen well." He gave a slight bow of his head. "Though I reserve the right to change my mind if you fail her, Kendrick." Willie met his gaze steadily. "I won't." "I am told there will be plum pudding with our meal," Auntie Bee's voice carried across the room as she waved them toward the table. Ambrose kissed Maddie's cheek before moving to join the aunties.
"He's coming around,"
Maddie whispered, squeezing Willie's hand. "I noticed." Willie pulled her close. "Do you think he'll put in a good word for us with your father?"
"Perhaps."
She smiled at him.
"But even if he doesn't, we have everything we need right here."
"And don't I know it?" Willie kissed her, fierce with gratitude. For the first time in his life, he understood just how rich he was.
Epilogue, 1908. The June sun warmed Will's shoulders as he stepped back to admire his new sign. Kendrick Kennel, Dog Training and Breeding. He glanced down at Duke, who sat beside him, his tongue lolling in the heat. "I know you wanted your name up there, but we couldn't risk Maddie's father thinking we were mocking him." Duke tilted his head, and Will rubbed his ears before looking with satisfaction over the freshly whitewashed fence. He'd set stout posts every 8 feet, stretched woven wire tight between them, and nailed boards along the bottom so no pup could wriggle through. The rails were neat as any corral, but snug enough to keep the smallest of noses inside. Beyond it stretched the new kennels, their walls white as fresh linen, with narrow runs shaded by the cottonwoods he'd planted last year. "This first batch of puppies should fetch us some nice income once we get them trained," he said.
"Is it all right to release them, Will?"
Maddie's voice carried from the kitchen door, her skirts rustling as she picked up little Willie and kissed the top of the boy's curls. "Let 'em out. I've got the fence tight and the latches set high." Will strode over and gave one gate a hard shake to be sure. "No pup or little boy should be able to squeeze out of here."
"Very good."
Maddie grinned at him from the porch and set their son back on the ground.
"Willie, shall we let the puppies see their new yard?"
Squealing, the boy clapped his hands. Maddie pushed on the wood frame, and out tumbled the 6 round-bellied pups, tripping as much on their paws as their ears. Will had to grab Willie before he tripped on one. All of them, dogs and boy alike, were still finding their legs. Duchess quickly followed, her plumed tail swishing as she checked each of them. Her red merle coat gleamed against the whitewashed fence, a striking contrast to Duke's darker markings. Calm but alert, she nosed each pup in turn, her gaze watchful. When one reached up to suckle, she nudged him away. "These 2 are a fine breeding pair," Will said, pleased. Maddie sighed as she came to stand beside him.
"So are we."
It took a moment to register, but he turned to face her. "What are you saying?" She ran a hand over her stomach, her smile sheepish.
"I saw Edith this morning, and she said we would need to be careful, because it appears I'm as fertile as June's fields."
"Another baby?"
Will asked, his voice cracking as he pulled her into his arms. Their son squealed in protest at being squished between them. Will put his son down so he could pull Maddie close, brushing his lips with hers, and then running a trail of kisses along her jaw until his mouth could whisper in her ear,
"I love you and couldn't be happier."
He pulled back and studied her exquisite pale eyes. "Are you?"
"Yes, I just didn't expect another so soon."
He was about to kiss her again when Willie tugged on his trousers. "Papa!" The little boy pointed to the small procession of wagons and buggies making its way toward them, full of friends and neighbors.
"I must set out the food." Maddie gave him a quick kiss. "You have Willie."
Abe and Will's mother pulled up first.
"Help me set up the coffee,"
Abe hailed. "We've got this," Laura called as Edgar helped her from the thimble-hollow carriage. Artie and Rosie had already seen the puppies and were calling to be set down. "Don't overdo it, sis," Will called as she put a hand on her back. She was due any day now. Edgar exchanged a harried glance with Will, the poor man looking like he might not survive his first experience with a birth, nor the waiting. Willie helped the aunties down, and they hurried over to help Maddie bring out the platters of cookies. Many she had baked herself. The large Rasmussen buggy arrived, with Edith holding one of the twins and her stepdaughter Lillian holding the other little girl. The boys in Doc George's house were now outnumbered by females. Duke barked once, as though proud to show off his children, too. The pups yipped in response, and the growing crowd laughed as they gathered at the fence line to watch. Duchess sat beside Duke. Maddie finally joined Will and took their son as they chatted with the townsfolk.
"This is quite the operation you've built," Abe said, gesturing to the kennels. "How many dogs are you planning to train this year?"
6 pups from Duke and Duchess, plus 3 client dogs coming in for work." Will grinned. "We're already booked through fall."
"Maddie's inheritance from her mother sure helped,"
Abe said. "Dang right. I would have needed to rent the land instead of buying it outright." Will glanced at his stepfather. "I hear the mayor and the Reverend Pierce have scheduled another house raising."
"I feel like it's asking too much,"
Abe grumbled. Will laughed. "You're a victim of your own success." The Hearth and Brew had outgrown its space in the mercantile building, especially now that Abe had agreed to sell his roasted coffee beans. The Teagues planned to use the freed-up space for a showroom where local artists and craftsmen could display and sell their wares. "Has Mary settled on a name for the reclaimed space yet?" Will asked. For a moment, Abe looked a little frazzled.
"Your mother says I'm making a mountain out of a molehill. But I can't help feeling a bit pushed by all this talk about turning our space into a gallery. We don't even have the new building finished yet."
"You will in less than a month, from what the parson said." Will clapped him on the shoulder. "We'll help with the move. Have no fear." He leaned closer. "Tell Ma that Maddie has news." Abe's eyes went wide.
"Another baby already?"
"I just found out myself," Will said, trying to sort the feeling of excitement and awe.
"Well, congratulations. Now show me those kennels."
As if he hadn't had a hand in building them. Grinning, Will signaled for the new arrivals to join in the tour. Maddie stood beside Will's mother, with Laura seated in a chair, watching the townsfolk examining the fruits of their hard work and their complimentary comments nearly brought Maddie to tears. It wasn't exactly unexpected, since she had cried frequently during her first pregnancy, so she guessed it had begun already. Will joined them, little Willie riding on his shoulders, and kissed Maddie on the mouth, their son tugging at her hair. "Whoops," both Willies said, and then Will asked, "Have you told them the news yet?"
"Not yet," Maddie said, straightening her hair. "I thought perhaps—"
"Hey, Miss Kendrick," the telegraph delivery boy called as he rode up on a bicycle, something new in town. "This came in for you as a rush." Will's grin faded. He set Willie down and handed him to Hannah before moving to Maddie's side. She nervously exchanged glances with her husband and in-laws.
"Please, Lord, Don't let anything have happened to Ambrose or Father.
You might as well find out what it says, Hannah said kindly. With shaking hands, Maddie accepted the envelope and opened it. Madeline, stop. Father relents. Stop. Dowry released in full. Stop. He asks after you. Stop. Write soon. Stop. Ambrose. Maddie burst into tears, and Will, who had been reading over her shoulder, whooped, which made Willie cry. Will pulled her into his arms and kissed her again. Gracious, what is it? Laura asked, a little irritated as she fanned herself.
Oh, nothing is wrong,
Maddie laughed through her tears.
My brother finally convinced Father to release my dowry.
That's wonderful, Laura cried.
It's not merely the money,
Maddie said, her voice trembling as she met her husband's gaze. For so long her father's silence had placed a shadow on her joy.
Father asks after me, after all this time.
Will cupped her face in his hands and brushed away her tears with his thumbs. The good Lord softened the heart of the Pharaoh. I never doubted he would soften your father's too. Hannah squeezed Maddie's hand. Even the hardest winter ice will melt come spring. Exactly so, Laura agreed. It seems your father's icy heart is finally coming alive. Will pulled Maddie close and whispered in her ear. Remember what that old Scrooge said, I am not the man I was. He drew back to look into her eyes. And neither am I, my little Wildcat. Neither am I.
I thought I would just chat for a little bit about Wildcat for Willie. I had planned this book for a while, knowing that it would be the last one in the series. You see Willie for the first time in An Equal for Edith when they're trying to survive what follows the San Francisco earthquake and fire during a trip there. And of course that introduces the Kendrick family, which becomes the characters for all the other books in the series. But I knew in the beginning that I wanted somebody from English nobility to end up being his partner. And it was fun to introduce Maddie in An Enigma for Edgar. But I needed to make her so that she would be able to adjust from the very wealthy and affluent and spoiled lifestyle that she had been raised with. She needed to be someone strong enough for this lifestyle, but also someone determined not to live the life her father demanded of her. So it was fun to see her develop from the beginning in An Enigma for Edgar, and then to have her and Willie both be able to come into their own in their story. I sure had fun writing it. It was an opportunity also to give a little bit of screen time, so to speak, to each of the other couples from the previous books in the other 7 books. Anyway, that's a little backstory there for that. Thank you for listening.
This has been A Wildcat for Willie, Lilac City Novella Series, Book 8, by Donna K. Weaver, narrated by Vicki Pierce. Copyright 2025 by Donna K. Weaver. Production copyright 2026 by Donna K. Weaver.